Can I Still Be Your Heroine Even Though I'm Your Teacher? Volume 2. By Rakuto Harbor. Translated by Hirath at Hireth Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The Distant Past. Unagi-kun, thank you for helping me. The room's owner, Ryu Tenju, responds in a voice that sounds like she's on the verge of death from her bed. It's natural that you'll catch a cold if you stick around with me all night. Thanks to you, my cold has gone though. I, Nishiki Unagi, have been taking care of the woman living in the room next to mine. The beautiful woman with a red face lying in bed is Ryu Tenju. She is my neighbor in the apartment where I live and a teacher at the school I attended, Q High School. On top of that, she's also my homeroom teacher. We discovered that we were neighbors after she shared some food with me. There are various risks and inconveniences to a teacher and student living just a wall apart. However, Tenju Sensei, who usually seemed energetic at school, was struggling with her personal life due to her busy work schedule. Unable to leave her in that state, I suggested that we help each other out as neighbors. We established a rule called the Neighbor Agreement, and we've been supporting each other's lives while keeping our secrets. For example, I prepare our meals on weekday mornings and evenings. On the other hand, Tenju-san came to take care of me when I was down with a cold. As a result, my cold was passed on to her. It was just an accident. An unfortunate coincidence. It's an irresistible force majeure due to being half asleep. Despite her high fever, she desperately tries to justify herself. You shouldn't complain about anything when you voluntarily get into a man's bed. This is. Tenju-san can't argue because she's the cause of the problem. This person has a special skill, or rather, a strange habit for crawling into a bed while half asleep. Even if it's the bed in my room. When she came to take care of me, she fell asleep and unconsciously crawled into my bed, where I was down with a cold in the middle of the night. We ended up sharing a small single bed and woke up together in the morning. When I woke up, I couldn't help but laugh after seeing how defenseless she was, and later regretted missing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I had been healthy, I don't think I could have held back. I probably would have attacked you. I warn her while encouraging myself to exercise more restraint next time. What? Startled, Tenju-san's voice cracked, and she hurriedly pulled up the blanket to hide her face. It's just a joke. Probably. I feel in danger. She stares at me intently. Her innocent reaction was so charming that I couldn't believe she was an older Oni-san. I can't help but feel more affectionate towards her while pretending to be calm. I really like her. Still, you did well to hold out until the Golden Week. Well, that's the responsibility of an adult. I wish we lived in a society where people could take a break without hesitation when they're not feeling well. The first few days were as usual, but perhaps she let her guard down as we approached Golden Week. But her fever spiked and she fell ill by the time she returned to the apartment and we were eating dinner in my room. While I understand Sensei's high professional consciousness and strong sense of responsibility, I worry about her tendency to put on a brave face like this. Ryu Tenju is good at hiding what's truly important. I'm sorry for making you take care of me during the Golden Week. Tenju-san apologizes, revealing half of her hidden face. This person seems perfect, but she's surprisingly full of openings. That's what makes her adorable. Especially now. Weakened by her cold, she doesn't make me feel the age difference as much as usual. Don't worry about it, I didn't have any other plans. Really? Aren't you going home? My fever has already peaked earlier, so you don't need to worry about me. It's fine. Taking care of Tenju-san is fun. Stop saying things like that. I think your parents would be happier if you showed your face once in a while. My family is on vacation, so there's nobody at home even if I go back now. Weren't you invited? I declined, saying I had plans with friends. Tenju-san makes a grim face, looking as if she wants to say something. She's charming even with such a stern expression. You said you didn't have any other plans earlier. I did say that. Did you lie to your parents? I see. Sensei doesn't count as a friend. That's not the point. But it all worked out in the end, right? If I hadn't been here, you might have been bedridden with a high fever all alone. That must have been lonely. I couldn't leave Tenju-san suffering next door and go out by myself. Tenju-san also purses her lips into a frown, seemingly unable to fully deny it. You have a very convenient way of thinking. I'll take that sarcastic remark as a compliment. The most important thing for me is Tenju-san. Don't say things like that so casually. Tenju-san was embarrassed. Since you've eaten dinner and sweated a bit, should I help you with the bath? Oh, I need to bring my swimsuit from next door. No, you don't have to. But you came into my bathroom in a swimsuit when I was sick. Tenju-san came in wearing a swimsuit when I had a cold, which made me really flustered. She's the advisor of the swimming club and flaunted her well-maintained body without hesitation. It was very beautiful and provocative, an image that still burned into my mind and won't fade away. That was just because I was worried about you. I think I was about to develop a fetish for competitive swimsuits because of that. Forget about it. I'm scolded while she's lying in bed. By the way, I have a special remedy for colds. Want to try it? What? Sleeping together in the same bed. I can even offer my arm as a pillow for one night. Rejected. She flatly refused with a very serious face. You are very much an adult in that respect, Tenju-san. Of course. I am an adult after all. And yet, I'm the one who's recovered. Unagi-kun. Tenju-san glares at me. Joking aside, is there anything else you need? I also return to my serious nursing mode. I can take care of the rest myself. I assume. Tenju-san pulled the blanket back over herself. I gathered the empty dishes and took them to the kitchen, quickly finishing up the dishwashing. In this manner, the days as neighbors for Nishiki Unagi and Ryu Tenju continued with their relationship ebbing and flowing like waves, ambiguously transforming between a student and a teacher, a junior and a senior, then a male and a female, relationships that were both close and distant. A call comes in on the smartphone I had placed next to the kitchen. The displayed name is Nishiki Kagaya. She was my stepsister. Just enjoy the family trip quietly. I made the excuse that my hands were soapy and, as usual, didn't answer the phone. The neighbor agreement decided between Nishiki Unagi and Ryu Tenju is as follows. Clause 1. The fact that we are neighbors is a secret just between the two of us. Clause 2. In times of trouble, we help each other without hesitation. Clause 3. Unagi Nishiki will prepare breakfast and dinner on weekdays. Ryu Tenju will contribute more to the food expenses. Clause 4. The neighbor agreement can be terminated upon request by either party. Clause 5. Additional rules can be decided upon as necessary through discussion. Clause 6. Neither party shall have a romantic partner until graduation. On the last day of the Golden Week, Tenju-san finally recovered. Perhaps the accumulated fatigue had burst out all at once. Although she quickly overcame the peak of her high fever, the mild fever lingered for quite a while. Spending time leisurely in bed must have been a good rest for her. Since she's usually busy, it's just right to take a good rest like this. In the evening, I get a call from Sensei. Revival. Thanks for taking care of me. You saved me again. I'm glad you're feeling better. It's a holiday, but since you just recovered, we applied clause 2 of the neighbor agreement and decided to have dinner in my room. Let's order pizza since it's a special occasion. Are you sure you're okay with eating pizza after being sick? I guess I'm craving junk food because I've recovered. Is there anything else you want to eat? I'd be happy if there's a seafood pizza. Okay, I'll order it. Let's eat in your room when it arrives. So, we ended up having pizza for today. While waiting for the pizza to arrive, I stand in the kitchen to prepare some simple side dishes. Just as I'm about to make a salad, the doorbell rings. That seems a bit early for the pizza. It's not yet the time Tenju-san specified. Well, it can arrive early sometimes, so I unlock the door without checking the peephole. Standing there was a young girl. A girl with glossy long hair, shoulders exposed as if anticipating summer, and a provocative short skirt. Her thin clothes that revealed her body lines gave off a gal-like impression. For a moment, I couldn't recognize who she was. On the contrary, she raises her hand lightly while offering a bright and innocent smile. Yukuan, long time no see. Have you been well? I realize my mistake a beat too late. and once opened, I couldn't close the door again. Kagaya. Taking advantage of my stunned state, she immediately steps into the entrance. What's wrong? Did you forget about me? How much simpler life would be if I could just forget her. The visitor was Nishiki Kagaya, my stepsister. My first sister who came into my life when my mother remarried when I was in junior high. With a 2-year age difference, Kagaya is now in her 3rd year of junior high. She seems more mature than the last time I saw her. The past I had distanced myself from suddenly appeared before me. You surprised me by showing up out of the blue. I suppress my emotions and try to remain as calm as possible. I was surprised too that you opened the door so easily. Here, this is a souvenir from our family trip. Savor it and feel guilty for your absence. Kagaya thrusts a paper bag filled with souvenirs at me, intending to enter the room right away. Hold on, don't just come in. I brought it all the way here. You could at least serve me some tea. Then Kagaya takes off her shoes as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I didn't ask for any souvenirs. You don't have to ask for me to be considerate and buy them. That's what souvenirs are for. You, Yukuan, should be grateful instead for brazenly skipping a family bonding event. Her argument is as one-sided as ever. I told you I couldn't make it. Adjusting schedules is what true families do. I was really looking forward to it. Kagaya turns around and stares at me intently. I had important business to attend to. Yukuan, you're not as sociable as I am, aren't you? She easily dismisses my vague excuse. So what if I'm not? Could it be that you got a girlfriend? I don't. It seems so. Yukuan, you're bad at lying, so it seems like you wouldn't be able to cheat on someone. Why do I have to face such remarks from my stepsister as soon as we reunite? While irritated by my stepsister's selfish attitude, I maintain my composure. My love life is none of your business. I'd be shocked if you had a lover before me. Don't fuel some strange rivalry. You're just a junior high schooler. Ah, there you go treating me like a child again. Let's treat each other as equals, okay? She sidles up to me like a cat and grabs my arm. The fact that you're younger than me is just that, a fact. I think it's questionable to assert dominance based on age difference. It will cost you in the future if you don't learn how to speak properly. Someone like me being a bit cheeky is actually found cute and endearing. I don't find it endearing. Regardless of my wishes, Kagaya proceeds down the hallway and tries to enter my living space. Now, let's see if you've been living a debauched life during the Golden Week all by yourself. I'm going to look for signs of a woman. Kagaya hums to herself, clearly interested in love stories. I have not. I break free from her grip and stand in front of her. I had been nursing my neighbor and spending my time leisurely. It was a very wholesome and peaceful holiday. Hey, I'm hungry by the way. Might as well feed me dinner too. Kagaya casually lays out her demands one after the other. Don't be so selfish. Your cute little sister came back from her trip and came straight to her beloved Oni-chan's house. Ah, this is a sister who cares for her brother. Doesn't that just make you want to welcome me with open arms? You should have gone straight home to rest from your trip. You have school tomorrow, right? Why did you come here? Do you have a reason not to let me in your room? My room is messy. Okay, that's a doubt. Yukuan, you're diligent, so you must have done at least the minimum cleaning. I'm coming in. She pushes me aside and slips through. Damn, it's troublesome when she's got a grasp on my living habits. Doesn't look like there are any women's clothes around. Kagaya suddenly opens the closet and checks its contents. Hey, don't rummage through my room without permission. I was asked to check on Yukuan's life by our mother. Or what? Do you have something to hide? I'm the owner of this room. Don't do as you please. Oh, no need to be so stiff about it. Since there's nothing weird in particular I'd be troubled to have her see, I give up and sit down at the edge of the bed, letting her do as she pleases. No matter how much I warn her, Kagaya shows no signs of listening to me. In the end, as her older brother, Ani, I just have to put up with her. It's always like this. There doesn't seem to be anything interesting. She checks for a while and, seemingly satisfied, sits down next to me as if it's natural. Why do you come next to me when there's a lot of space in the middle? I send her a dubious glance. It's hard to talk when we're far away, right? Hey. She smirks like a devil without any sign of remorse. Every time, nothing good happens when you get close to me. You're being too cautious with you, stepsister. Then act appropriately as a stepsister. Barging into a guy's room and doing as you please is too annoying. I used to go to Yukuin's room to play at home. Thought. That's because you'd make a fuss if I refused. In the end, you go along with me. That's why I like you, Yukuin. My stepsister cunningly spreads her charm. Her sweet poison was of such poor quality that those inexperienced in love would instantly misunderstand her. Hey, why didn't you come on the trip? It's embarrassing for a high school student to go on a family trip. Liar. You definitely don't think that way. She easily sees through my act. Are mom and stepdad doing well? Instead of answering, I ask a question. They're doing fine. Both of them are getting along well. I'm also getting along well with stepmother. I'm somewhat relieved by my stepsister's report. I see. Well, thanks for the souvenir. When I express my gratitude, Kagaya grins. You're welcome. Make sure you appreciate it when you eat it. Kagaya suddenly hugs me around the neck. Idiot, don't cling to me, get off. Is Yukuin embarrassed? Cute. Stop sticking to me so casually. Learn some restraint. You're too close. Do you hate me? Leaning against my body, she whispered into my ear. It would have been easier if I could just hate you. I glanced at Kagaya and muttered as if talking to myself. What do you mean by that? Kagaya pouts her lips. You have no sense of personal space. Have some restraint. There's no problem because I like Yukuin. That's a big problem. Then, there was a rustling sound of something falling to the floor. Looking down, it was a box of pizza. It seems the pizza delivery was completed while Kagaya and I were causing a commotion. The person who received it had brought it to my room. When I looked up, Tenju-san was standing there. Oh my, Unagi-kun. Having a good time flirting with a girl in your room, I see. I froze as if time had stopped. I forgot to breathe and couldn't move. Tenju-san had a perfect smile on her face, but don't be fooled. I could tell she was secretly furious. True, Tenju-san and I are not dating. We're not dating, but she's definitely misunderstanding this as cheating. Cold sweat trickles down my back. Who is that Oni-san? Don't tell me Yukuin, you really are living a debauched life. Still clinging to me, Kagaya innocently asks without noticing the tense atmosphere emanating from Tenju-san. I guess eternal love is just an illusion after all. Tenju-san murmured as if lamenting the transience of the world. Suddenly, her expression went blank, and her eyes swirled with emptiness. Far from shouting in anger, her emotions seemed to have cooled off in an instant. Of course, it would make her look so despairing if you show a scene that digs into Ryu Tenju's trauma. She then attempts to silently leave the room like a ghost, leaving the pizza behind. This person tends to flee at the first sign of panic, but there's no way I can let our neighborly relationship end with such a stupid misunderstanding. I shouted with all my might at her departing back. This girl is my stepsister. Chapter 1. My first love turned out to be my brother. I stopped Tenju-san to explain the situation once again. Kagaya and I were sitting in Caesar across the table from each other. The room is filled with a slightly charaba atmosphere. Tenju-san's expression was stern, her arms crossed in front of her. Yukuin, my legs hurt. Can I sit differently? Just stay put. Don't you think your pizza will get cold? Introductions first. Clear up the misunderstanding quickly, now. Kagaya pouted but quickly shifted her gaze to look up at Tenju-san. Nice to meet you. I'm Yukuin's ex-girlfriend. Don't lie at a time like this. I'll kick you out right now. I lost my temper at her harmful remark. Ah, Tenju-san's eyes look dead. It's just a joke. Don't be mad, okay? Kagaya pleaded while grabbing the hem of my shirt. That's not something to joke about. Start over. I'm Nishiki Kagaya. Yukuin has been in your care. Not intimidated by the stunning beauty Tenju Ryu, my sister greeted her with a casual attitude. I was impressed by her bold attitude without any sense of propriety. No, maybe it's simply because she's still young. Listening to her made me nervous. She's your stepsister, right? Tenju-san was still not convinced. Yes. Legally, she's my sister. She's not an ex-girlfriend or a fling. I emphasized it as much as I could. I can understand that you don't look alike because you're not blood-related, but aren't you strangely a bit too close? It would be a pleasing scene if a toddler was the one who clung to me, but it's a bit much for a high school sophomore brother and a middle school third-year sister. That's something I'm also very concerned about. No matter how many times I warn her, she doesn't listen. We're siblings, so it's fine, right? Kagaya clung to my arm, unconcerned even if Tenju-san is there. You seem to be quite affectionate with each other. Tenju-san frowned but seemed to be holding back her true feelings. I unwrapped Kagaya's arm and faced Tenju-san. I ignore Kagaya, who's complaining next to me that her legs are numb. Close your legs properly, your underwear is about to show. Then, why did your stepsister suddenly come to visit? There's a thorn in her words. She brought souvenirs from a family trip. Without an appointment. I point to a paper bag of sweets. If I had known from the start that Kagaya was going to show up unannounced, I would have asked to change the pizza delivery time to avoid running into her. It's not some elaborate alibi scheme, is it? Look, I wouldn't stoop so low as to pretend she's my stepsister just to cover up a lie. She's genuinely my family. Besides, do I look like an idiot who would bring her along knowing you were coming? I give a sincere explanation with all my heart. Maybe you're the type of person who enjoys that kind of thrill. Too skeptical. People have all sorts of hobbies, you know. She has quite the imagination. Maybe she's unexpectedly very curious about that sort of thing. That in itself is quite thrilling. What would you do if I were someone with such peculiar tastes? I ask back with a mix of exasperation and a serious face. Everyone has their own tastes, so I wouldn't blindly judge them. Her attempt to maintain a neutral stance is very teacher-like. And what would you do if I were that kind of person? Well, I would be, First, I would carefully examine the requests and consider what could be done within reason. She answers in a muffled, small voice. Her lack of confidence is the complete opposite of her usual clear and assertive way of speaking at school. Wait, does this mean she'd be willing to accommodate depending on the requests? No problem even if I go for a direct attack with a man's desires. This is dangerous. Just letting my imagination run wild is enough to get me excited, but I must restrain myself in front of my stepsister. After all, I have to maintain some dignity as a brother. Do you still not believe what I'm saying? I ask again, relaxing my tone to a more neutral one. Your stepsister is supposed to be a junior high schooler, right? Doesn't she seem too mature? That's what people often tell me, Kagaya cheerfully admits. Tenju-san is considerate, wrapping her words in euphemism. As a teacher who has dealt with many teenagers, Tenju-san wouldn't normally be so guarded with most girls. I understand what she is trying to say in a roundabout way. My stepsister Kagaya is, how should I put it, a very cunning girl. The reason lies in the gap between her inside and her appearance. She appears to be a beautiful girl when she's silent, but she's thoughtless and foolish inside. She's moody and acts impulsively, often doing unexpected things without hesitation. She doesn't know the meaning of restraint and talks to anyone and everyone as if they were friends with no sense of personal space. Inherited from her late mother, her face is well-defined yet still retains some childlike innocence. Her limbs are slender, befitting her age, and her physique is quite average. Yet, every gesture she makes is seductive, giving her a sultriness uncharacteristic of a third-year junior high schooler. She stirs men's hearts with her childlike innocence and bewitching gestures. At best, she's someone who is easily liked and doted upon by others. At worst, she's an indiscriminate heart-stealer. Any man who talks to Kagaya even once might mistakenly think she's fallen for him. With that suggestive demeanor, she continuously lures people into the swamp of love. As far as I know, there was a time when she received confessions from 5 people at once, and without her knowledge, a hellish scene unfolded. Since she herself has no such intentions, there has yet to be a victor. Nishiki Kagaya is a troublemaker who stirs up men's pure hearts, and to those close to her, She's someone who constantly keeps us on edge, worrying she might get involved in some strange trouble. Her preference for adult-like, gal-style clothing with exposed necklines and shoulders also makes her an easy target for pickup attempts when walking in the city. I can't count how many times I've had to hurriedly chase off someone who approached her the moment I looked away. Your concerns are certainly valid. My expression distorts as memories of past hardships resurface. Determined to clear my name, I take out my smartphone and show a family photo taken when Kagaya entered junior high school. My stepfather, mother, I, and Kagaya are lined up in front of the school gate. So she really is your stepsister. Wow, junior high schooler Unagi-kun looks so young and cute. Upon accepting that Kagaya is my stepsister, Tenju Ryu visibly relaxes. My homeroom teacher, neighbor, and the object of my affection finally regains her dazzling smile like the sun. I'm glad you believe me. I feel relieved to have proven my innocence. Hey, Yu-kun. You said earlier you don't have a girlfriend, right? Aren't you making a really big excuse for this Oni-san? Could she possibly be your lover? Unfortunately not. Though, it would be great if such a beautiful girl would become my girlfriend. Glancing at Tenju-san, I see her shyly looking down. Don't tell me, friends with benefits. Did you have an erotic golden week? Wrong. Tenju-san and I simultaneously deny it. Besides, you're just a junior high schooler, so don't use words like friends with benefits. Our parents would foam at the mouth and faint if they'd heard that. For them, Kagaya is a precious treasure. So, what is this Oni-san to you, Yu-kun? Kagaya looks at Tenju-san with curiosity. She's my neighbor. The resident of room 103. I convey the objective facts. A beautiful girl like her lives next door. Yu-kun, you're so lucky. I guess so. And why does the neighbor come up to Yu-kun's room? Because we have a friendly relationship as neighbors. Is it normal to naturally come up to your room? I find it slightly difficult to respond when directly questioned about our daily lives. After all, the fact that we visit each other's rooms is something we've kept from others. We share things and we interact with each other regularly. I try to answer as truthfully as possible without lying. Isn't it kind of dangerous for Oni-san to come up to a high school student's room? She genuinely wonders why such a beautiful girl has any association with her brother. It feels like the tables have turned, with Kagaya now firing painful questions at her. Kagaya, it's the opposite. She's been looking after me, wondering if I'm having any trouble living alone as a high school student. For the sake of Tenju-san's honor, I made sure to clarify. I don't mind being misunderstood myself, but I won't allow it to affect Tenju-san. Bringing over a pizza delivery and getting angry because I was here. Is that what a just neighbor does? Kagaya is not convinced. Anyone would be surprised to come across a scene where a man and a woman are in close contact. Exactly. It's an adult's responsibility to intervene if minors are engaging in unhealthy activities. Tenju-san replies with a calm voice. Her sharp expression reinforces an intelligent impression. Wow, that's so stiff. You sound like the sensei from the life guidance department. I think that's too much interference for just a neighbor. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? Kagaya sticks out her tongue. Kagaya, don't say such things. It's not a problem since I've agreed to it. Ah, I knew it. This relationship should not be known to others. I was in trouble once, and Unagi-kun helped me out. I've been relying on him for various things too since then. Sensing the tide turning against her, Tenju-san throws out a lifeline. Now he also helps others besides me. Kagaya puffs her cheeks like a hamster. Hey, Oni-san, what exactly did Yu-kun do for you? Well, you see. Is it something you can't say? I can think of too many instances where I've helped her, and depending on how it's told, there are many things that could easily be misunderstood. Go. When a black bug appeared, he got rid of it for me. You see, I'm really bad with bugs. She almost said cockroach, gokiburi, just now and give up. At that time, she was so flustered that she didn't care about maintaining her dignity as someone older and jumped into my arms. Indeed, the greatest crisis for Tenju-san so far was when a cockroach appeared. I get it. Those are seriously the worst. Can't help but rely on Yukuin for that. The two girls nod in agreement as they look at each other. Well, that's the situation, so Kagaya, please get along with my neighbor. If you'd like, why not join us for some pizza? Think of it as a small welcome party for the stepsister. Kagaya nods at our suggestion. The pizza seemed to have fallen vertically just right, as the toppings were mostly intact and still looked neat. Then Kagaya proceeds to devour slice after slice of pizza on the table. Be a little more reserved. Maybe we should have ordered one more. Oh, I'll pay for Kagaya's and my share of the pizza later. Don't worry about it. It's on me. Leave it to this Oni-san who's a working adult. Besides, it's also a way to thank you for helping me. An undeniable move of a reliable adult. According to the neighbor agreement, we split the food expenses to some extent, but perhaps it's tactless to mention it in front of Kagaya. Then I'll accept your kindness. No, it's fine. Kagaya, you can't just eat the whole time. You must have something to say, right? After casually licking the grease from her fingers, she says thanks in an indifferent tone. Hey, show some proper gratitude. And eat some salad too. I don't like vegetables. It's for your health. I eat the onions and the bell peppers. As if the thinly sliced vegetables on top of the pizza could be enough. Stop being picky. Yukuin, you sound like an old man. Who's an old man? I'll knock you out. Both of you get along so well. Tenju-san says with a lukewarm gaze. Ah, please stop. She's definitely misunderstanding something. There's absolutely no such development as you're imagining. Mim, I'm Brocon. Brother complex. The junior high school girl in front of me admits it casually. It's impressive how she can come out as a Brocon without any hesitation to someone she's just met. As expected of siblings, you're both quick to express your affection with words. We're not blood related, so it's all in your imagination. I don't like being lumped together with Kagaya. Well, they say people who live in the same environment start to resemble each other. Don't talk like you know everything. Kagaya snaps back grumpily. Just as I'm about to intervene, Tenju-san gestures with her hand to stop me. It's okay, I don't mind it. I'm the one who intruded while the sister came to see her Oni-san to enjoy a time exclusively for siblings. I'm the one intruding on a brother and sister's time together, having come to see Oni-san. True to her words, Tenju-san doesn't seem bothered by Kagaya's remarks. Being a teacher, maybe she's used to ignoring the cheeky comments of teenagers. In fact, she seems to be enjoying the mealtime scene somewhat. Oni-san understands it better. Yukuin, you treat me like a child. Kagaya looks at me as if she has something more to say. The fact that you're the youngest doesn't change. If you're going to act like that, I'll tell Oni-san all sorts of things about you, whether it's true or not. Bold for her to threaten her brother whom she's just reunited with. At least don't say things that aren't true. Then, I'd like to hear about the things that are true. Tenju-san asks casually. That was a big mistake. You see, Yukuin rejected my confession. Isn't that terrible? Kagaya casually dropped a massive bomb with a smile. My heart nearly stopped, and Tenju-san's face froze over completely. How many times today has this happened? I really wish she would stop. Kagaya, don't create more misunderstandings. The confession I made about liking you is true, isn't it? Her words echoed in my mind. I don't want to be siblings with Yukuin. The words Kagaya once declared continue to torment me like this. They would flash back at random times and sink my mood. Why does my heart still get tossed around by words thrown at me by someone else? How can I take a child's words seriously? My feelings are real. Though Yukuin never gave me a response. That's natural. Dodging a girl's feelings is the worst. Tenju-san, who had been listening, looked like she was on the verge of death. Ignoring my messages is also a form of retaliation, isn't it? Kagaya took the opportunity to air her grievances. I respond to messages when it's necessary. That's only the bare minimum. Oni-san agrees with me, right? Right. That's right. You should properly respond to messages. The sender feels ignored and sad if they don't get a reply. Kagaya nodded vigorously when Tenju-san took her side. That's right, that's right. It's so depressing that I could cry. Faced with a 2-against-1 situation, I responded with a bitter expression. It was a gross misrepresentation of the truth. It's the other way around. The other way around? Kagaya's frequent messages didn't just start recently. Even when we were at home, she would constantly send trivial things. I seriously replied to them at first, but it became too much, and I couldn't put my phone down for a moment. It was around the time of high school entrance exams, so I decided to limit myself to the bare minimum of responses to focus on my studies. Our parents are aware of this. That's all I've continued to do since then. I was fed up with the non-stop ringing of my phone, day and night, at home and outside, and it constantly drained the battery. I reluctantly started to ignore it. Ah, I see. Tenju-san seemed to understand the situation. Exchanging messages is as important to me as breathing, my stepsister argued earnestly with a serious face. In fact, she types on her smartphone at a demonic speed. Her fingers would glide over the screen as if they were doing a tap dance, sending messages over and over in the blink of an eye. That's an exaggeration. If I don't communicate enough, I'll feel so lonely I might die, you know? Don't worry, you won't die. Yukuan, you really do hate me after all. So cold-hearted. If I really hated you, I would have blocked you or rejected your calls long ago. Besides, Kagaya, you're a student facing exams this year, so you should hold back. That's right. Kagaya-chan, you're in your 3rd year of junior high, so this is an important year for you. Maybe you need to be a bit patient. Perhaps unable to watch any longer, Tenju-san tried to gently persuade her. Oni-san, you really do seem like a school teacher. What kind of job do you have? Sharp as ever. Ah, something related to education. Tenju-san managed to answer while masking her expression. Kagaya responded, seemingly showing little interest. By the way, have you decided on a high school you want to attend, Kagaya-chan? Tenju-san tried to divert the conversation by asking a question. I want to go to Q High School, the same as Yukuan. Another bomb dropped, and both Tenju-san and I involuntarily held our breath. This was news to me too. If she passes the entrance exams, Kagaya will be attending the same school next spring. If that happens, it will definitely be revealed that Tenju-san is a high school teacher. With trembling hands, Tenju-san drank her cola and choked on the carbonation. I handed her a tissue box while I turned away from Kagaya and whispered desperately, "WWWW, what do we do now? My stepsister is going to come to our school." I whispered as if screaming. As expected, Tenju-san was also in a state of panic, looking like she was about to cry as she wiped her mouth. I keep handing tissues to her. For now, don't talk about anything unnecessary. Okay. Oh, by the way, what's your name, Oni-san? Kagaya's impeccably timed foolishness exploded. It's a wonder why she hadn't bothered about names up till now. I'm always left speechless by her miraculously bad timing. Tenju-san was already pushed to the corner. Stop returning the favor with betrayal to someone who treated us to pizza. My name is... Tenju-san's face turned pale. I wanted to change the subject somehow, but at this point, not giving her name would be even more unnatural. Yeah, I haven't asked yet, so please tell me. She smiled with a friendly grin. If she gives her real name here and Kagaya gets into Q High School, it will be revealed that my neighbor is a school teacher. Kagaya will surely blurt out, "Ah, Yukuan's next door Oni-san," and the whole school will know, leading to social repercussions and an inevitable separation. Ah, it's Ray. You. The last syllable was uttered in a voice so faint that I could barely make it out. I'll call you Ray-chan then. Ray-chan, what's your last name? Kagaya was using the name without waiting for Tenju-san's permission. Her way of closing the distance was as fast as ever. Last name. Her voice cracked in surprise. Tenju-san's gaze wandered left and right as she stammered, clearly flustered. My last name, well, it's a bit unusual. That makes me even more curious. She answered haltingly, desperately trying to buy time, but Kagaya waited patiently for a response. Tumi. Yes, Tumi. How do you write it? It's written with the characters 4 distant, 2, and C, Yumi, and it's read as Tumi, Oni-san, so your name is Tumi Ray. That's a nice name. Thus, in front of Kagaya, Tenju Ryu was now to be known as Tumi Rei. Section. After cleaning up from dinner, we called it a night. Rei-chan, thanks for the pizza. I'll come to play again. Don't come again, I quickly retorted with a warning. Then let's go out somewhere. I want to shop for new summer clothes, so come with me. The midterm exams are coming up soon. Yukuin, you're only saying no. A student's primary duty is to study. Low test scores will affect my grades. If Yukuin's grades drop, you'll have to come back home, right? I might be happy about that. Don't drag me into this too. She said something so wicked with a face completely devoid of guilt. How about after the midterm exams? That shouldn't be a problem, right? I was taken aback by Tenju-san's words. Is it okay for me to go? Since it's a special occasion, you might as well go out. You haven't spent much time together, have you? She had regained her composure and was acting like an adult. The three of us stepped out into the hallway. I'll walk Kagaya to the station. Okay, be careful on the road at night. Tenju-san waved us off, trying her best to hide her exhausted appearance. In the morning, I'm the one who sees Sensei off to school after finishing breakfast, and after dinner, Sensei returns to the room next door. It felt strangely fresh for me to be in the opposite position. I glanced at the nameplate on the mailbox of the apartment and realized. I see, so that's why it's Tumi. She must have quickly come up with the name Tumi from the numbers 10 and 3 because her room number was 103. Mitsu. Yukuin, aren't you coming? Kagaya urged me. A beautiful moon shone brightly in the sky tonight. And under this bright night sky, the two of us walked side by side to the station. If you're getting along with such a beautiful neighbor, I guess you wouldn't want to go home, right? Do you spend your days off together too? Today was an exception. In fact, there were no specific rules regarding holidays in the neighbor agreement. Yukuin, I thought you were living a lonely and solitary life, but I guess I was wrong. To think there's such a strong pest around. I wonder if there's a way to get rid of her. Kagaya muttered to herself as she looked up at the moon. Do you like Rei-chan? That's sudden. Yukuin, you can't leave people in trouble alone. Maybe you've become so involved in helping her that you can't take your eyes off her, just like with me. Kagaya teased me with a crescent moon-like smile on her lips. You're aware that I care for you. Well, you are my proud stepbrother who dotes on his stepsister. That's good to hear. She had her way with words indeed. Hey, come back. Let's live together like before. Kagaya tilts her head pleadingly. I can live more peacefully over here. Even though you can also study, eat, and sleep at home? She insinuates as if she knows the answer. Bringing a souvenir was just a pretext, and the main issue is that, right? Correct. I'm not coming back. Is it because you can't relax with me around? Yeah, you always keep me on edge. I admitted frankly. Yukuin is just overprotective. If you're that worried, you should come back. It's more reassuring to have you close by. Are you taking the entrance exam for Q High School just to spite me? Because the uniform is cute. I'm wearing a sailor uniform now, but I want to wear a blazer in high school. She replied with a cheerful voice. It sounded like a very impromptu reason, but for girls, it might be a perfectly valid reason to choose a school. There are plenty of other high schools with blazers. If Yukuin is at the same school, we can hang out after school, right? I just want to be close to Yukuin. We're already close, aren't we? As siblings. Right. That's enough for me. I'm dissatisfied. I'm very dissatisfied. It's not enough and it's boring. Isn't that right? Hey. Kagaya clings to my arm again. That's because you're too close. Isn't it great to be arm in arm with such a beautiful girl? I've gotten used to dealing with you. Yukuin's a cynic. My upbringing wasn't good. Terrible. I need to regain my mental health with homemade food soon. I guess I'll be the one cooking the meal, as usual. Ahaha. That's right. Our eyes meet. And then we burst out laughing at the same time. Ah, it's funny. I'm relieved that Yukuin hasn't changed. Talking with you is always the most fun. Is that so? Kagaya is happy with my response. Hey, Aren't you curious about what happened while you weren't at home, Yukuin? Not really. I got confessed to by boys again. Any guy would be put off by a broke-on girlfriend. I turned them down properly. Good job. Well, I got confessed to a lot more times. She seems to be as popular as ever. Sounds like a fun school life. Not really. I had to say I can't date because of exams so many times this year. Kagaya's being quite considerate for once. It would be serious if she got so caught up in romance that she neglected her studies. There's no boyfriend candidate better than Yukuin. That's setting the bar pretty low. The opposite. It's actually too high. In a sense, it's harsh to compare junior high schoolers and high schoolers. Maybe I'm better suited to someone older. It depends on the person. Age difference doesn't matter. That's something I can say about myself as well. You're relieved that I don't have a boyfriend, aren't you? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. As her brother, all I can do is wish for my stepsister's happiness. How boring. Kagaya untangled herself from my arm and started to walk quickly ahead. Kagaya, wait. As she was about to cross a poorly visible intersection in the residential area, I grabbed her hand to stop her. Right after, a car zoomed past right in front of us. If she had dashed out, she might have been caught in an accident. Glaring at the receding taillights, I cursed inwardly at the driver for speeding in such poor visibility. They should retake their driving test. It's dark, so be careful. This area still has a lot of traffic at night. You always save me. It would be serious if you got into an accident. Yukuin, you're so kind. Be careful next time. You're blushing. Don't be spoiled forever. That might be impossible. After all, Yukuin, you're my first love. She stops walking, clasps her hands in front of her, and makes a troubled face. Save such comments for someone you're truly in love with. That's why I'm only saying it to you, Yukuin. Unfortunately, it seems my stepsister and I still haven't become a real family yet. Interlude 1. Thoughts of the future. The stepsister came at me with the pressure of an ex-girlfriend. The face reflected in the foggy bathroom mirror was furrowed with a frown between the eyebrows. As I slowly submerged myself up to my shoulders in the bathtub, I found myself reflecting on what had just happened. It was completely unexpected to suddenly run into Unagi-kuen's family member. I wasn't prepared at all, which led to a huge misunderstanding. Sigh, it's embarrassing to lose my composure over a child. What am I doing as an adult? As I stared blankly at the bathroom ceiling dotted with water droplets, my frustrations spilled out. Even so, those siblings are too close. No, that's not quite accurate. At least from Kagaya-chan's side, it seemed different. Their sense of distance is too close. The atmosphere when Kagaya-chan hugged him in the room didn't look like that of siblings at all. If she clings with such an openly affectionate aura, it's natural I mistook her for someone he's having an affair with. No, Unagi-kuen and I aren't dating yet. I'm not in a position to criticize others. I laugh at myself for adding yet while internally pointing out my own contradictions. I was so concerned about him that I added that sixth clause to the neighbor agreement. Honestly, I hope he doesn't get a girlfriend. My possessiveness is throbbing uncontrollably. I rely on him as if it's the most natural thing. I want him to be by my side forever. I was grateful and happy that he took care of me during Golden Week. I had shown my weak side too much to try acting cool and older now. With him, I can show my true self with confidence and be at ease. It's surprising even to myself that the first person I could feel this way about is someone younger. If his graduation comes without incident, this on-hold relationship will end. Just imagining that future makes my heart race. He changed me, someone who had lost faith in eternal love due to my parents' relationship. It's a miracle that I met such a special person. Even seeing his relationship with his stepsister, it's clear he's different from others. A stepsister who's not so simple to deal with, right? That was my candid impression. It's surprising that Kagaya-chan is still only in her third year of junior high school. Any boy of his age would be utterly confused if suddenly presented with an overly cute stepsister. Though too innocent to be called seductive, her charm that will shake men's heart is sure to bloom even more from now on. When a girl is skilled at acting spoiled, it's no wonder that most men would fall for her. Being with her makes one's heart waver. She's that kind of dangerous girl. The fact that he can control himself in such situations is part of his charm, though. I believe it. After all, he was even more tense and had no composure when I went into his bath wearing a swimsuit. Unagi-kun must have a remarkable amount of reason not to be swayed by such a formidable younger stepsister. The problems of the world often worsen because the brakes of reason fail to function. If our neighborly relationship were to be swept away by desire, who knows what would happen? I wonder if that's why he decided to live alone away from his stepsister. I'm curious. I'm really curious, but I'm also afraid of stirring up a hornet's nest by asking carelessly. After their parents remarried, he said he didn't get along well with his mother, but I still don't know the details. The impression I got from our conversation didn't seem like a lie, but it also didn't seem like the whole truth. Today's attitude of Unagi-kun towards Kagaya-chan wasn't dismissive enough to suggest he wanted to cut ties, nor was it the unconditional love of a family. Even adults struggle to get along as a family, especially when two teenagers become step-siblings. It's not something that can be simply put down to likes and dislikes. Someone you like but must never fall for as a member of the opposite sex. It's not hard to imagine that it must have been quite tough for him from the start. Making such a girl wait. I'm a bad adult too. I feel embarrassed as if I'm engaging in some kind of cruel tease. As I grapple with this strange guilt, a call from my best friend comes in. I answer the phone while still in the bath. Hello. Ah, Ryu-chan, are you by any chance in the bath? Should I call back later? It's fine. I actually wanted to talk. It's a shame we couldn't go play at the beach during Golden Week. How's your cold? I'm feeling better thanks to Unagi-kun taking care of me. Are you showing off? That sounds like bragging. Don't brag. That's not it. I was just answering your question. I didn't mean it that way. Ah, lucky you. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a wonderful man to take care of me so attentively and do housework. It's not like I'm dependent on him. We're neighbors and we're equals, okay? Sure. Just make sure to invite me to your wedding. I'll spill all the beans about how you two met. Don't say scary things. Today was tough enough with his stepsister coming over. You've already encountered the little stepsister. Did it turn into a serious battle? Tell me everything. Calm down. Sorry, I may have teased you too much while you were still recovering, right? Seriously now. Anyway, how did your first contact with the family of the person you're interested in go? Their opinion can be surprisingly influential, you know. They might say they don't mind dating, but absolutely no marriage. My best friend was clearly enjoying this. I think his little sister was wary of me. Oh. She's not intimidated by Ryu-chan? That stepsister has some guts. I'd like to get along better with her, though. You're steadily filling in the moat for your future. It's just part of being neighbors. Hard to let your guard down because the scrutiny from someone of the same gender can be relentless, isn't it? A hint from my best friend brought forth the anxiety I had been suppressing. What if she hates me? She's the type who can openly call herself a brocon. Oh. That sounds troublesome. To her, Ryu-chan, you might be seen as the thieving cat who's come to steal away her beloved Oni-san. Is that really how it is? What if that's the case? The fact that I had already falsified my name and profession added to my unease. Why are you so quiet? Well, it's just that Ryu-chan seems to be seriously considering a future with that boy next door. She pointed it out in a teasing yet congratulatory manner. I was completely unaware of what I was saying. Hearing Ryu-chan's giddy love stories is super fun. After being thoroughly teased, the call ended. I wanted to graduate quickly from the dilemma of my own true feelings and my role as a teacher. How happy would I be if I could act without having to hide these feelings? For that reason, I wanted to get along with his little sister as well. I wanted to get along, but I was also concerned about being too close to Unagi-kun. Maybe I should ask by message. But it's already late today. Procrastination isn't good for mental health, but I couldn't bring myself to make contact. As I was pondering this with half my face submerged in the bath, a call came from Unagi-kun. Ah, I nearly dropped my smartphone into the water. In catching it, I accidentally pressed the call button. Tenju-san, thank you for earlier. Is something wrong? Your voice is echoing. IIT's nothing. What's up? I wanted to talk about Kagaya. Can I come over to your room now? That's sudden. I don't mind, though. Tenju-san, if we keep postponing it, you might start worrying unnecessarily and become anxious. I'm concerned you might lose sleep over it. He seemed to see right through my circumstances. I was touched by his thoughtfulness and consideration. I'll be back at my apartment in about 5 minutes, so is it okay if I head over then? No. What? 30? No, at least give me 20 minutes, please. Thank you. Without waiting for his reply, I ended the call and hurried out of the bathroom. Really, why does it always take so long for a woman to get ready? Chapter 2, Trapped. Welcome back. Good job on seeing her off. Tenju-san greeted me in her cute, pastel-colored pajamas. She seemed to have just taken a bath, wearing a different scent than during the day. Perhaps still feeling warm from the bath, a faint glisten of sweat adorned her neck. May I come in? Faced with her unfamiliar appearance, I couldn't help but ask for confirmation. You've been coming here every day to take care of me. What's with the formality now? Come in. Tenju-san smiled wryly and casually invited me inside. Entering the room, I realized again that even with the same layout, the impression of the space was completely different. Sitting down on a cushion spread on the floor, I began with thanks and apologies. Thank you for everything. And I'm sorry for the many impolitenesses Kagaya has shown. It was a fresh experience and quite interesting. I usually make people nervous when they meet me for the first time, so a girl like Kagaya-chan who isn't shy was rare. That must be a problem unique to beautiful people. Someone as beautiful as Tenju Ryu would often be treated specially, for better or for worse, even without asking for it. While this can be advantageous at times, it seems the attention can make the person feel isolated or lonely. Kagaya's lack of manners sometimes proves to be useful. Such a positive interpretation left me feeling deeply indebted. If it were me, I would have been upset and in a bad mood. Flattery won't get you anything. Having pizza treated by you was more than enough. As for that, that's not enough. You've cooked for me while I was sick and even did the shopping. Tenju-san is truly conscientious. Before that, you took care of me when I was ill, so we're even. Let's leave it at that. We don't want to get into an endless cycle of debts, which is why we decided on the neighbor agreement. That's right. When I had a fever, I was too sick for such a casual conversation. With a cute little sister like Kagaya-chan, you must have spoiled her quite a bit, Unagi-kun. On the contrary, I intended to be strict with her. Strictness is also a form of love, isn't it? Kagaya isn't mature enough to realize that. You can tell just by watching, right? Not a day goes by when I don't wish Kagaya were a bit more understanding and composed. She's happy to get your attention. I thought the same way. So, how about it, Tenju-san? Will you go out with me right now? That's no good. If we get caught, I could lose my teaching job. It's not entirely unpleasant to be admonished lightly. You don't hate me, do you? Neighbor agreement, Clause 6. Her response was our mutually agreed upon promise. Clause 6. Neither party shall have a romantic partner until graduation. Wow, that's a sly way to answer. You never know who might overhear us. The walls in this apartment are thin. We're alone right now. Since my room is next door and this is a corner room, it's okay to raise our voices a bit. Complacency is forbidden. It's tough to restrain myself in all sorts of ways. Even though we're physically close, we're mentally keeping each other at a careful distance. That doesn't mean you're allowed to let your eyes wander to someone else. I know I'd regret it for life, so there's no way I'd break our promise. I laugh it off as if it's nothing. You say such things so casually. It's a guarantee of the eternal love you wish for. Thank you. That's why, Tenju-san, you don't have to misunderstand me too much. There was also the matter of Kuhuin-san's morning call. And who would have thought your sister would be such a sultry-looking girl? Indeed, not many would guess Kagaya is a junior high school student at first glance. When I first met her, I even thought she was the same age as me. If you doubt me that much, I'll have no choice but to transfer to an all-boys school. That being said, being misunderstood by someone important to me hurts. No, that won't do. It wouldn't be effective. Effective? Because you were sitting in front of the classroom, I was able to get through even when I felt sick. What a revelation. It turns out that Tenju-san was able to work hard until Golden Week because of me. I am not just a mere student to her. Realizing that is the best reward. Can I hug you? I move closer to her side. Don't startle me like that. You'll make it impossible for me to sleep. Either way, weren't you too preoccupied with Kagaya to sleep? Am I that obvious? I thought it would be better to clear things up sooner rather than later, so I came even though it's late. You understand me well. Did you imagine I ended up having an inappropriate relationship with my cute stepsister and couldn't stay at home, so I decided to live alone? I speak without mincing my words. Even without an answer, her slight reaction speaks volumes. She awkwardly turns her face away. Apparently, I hit the mark. Her profile and her nape look so charming. The one I am mesmerized by is Tenju Ryu. I can't imagine being with anyone else. Of course not. There's no way that could be true. I don't have the courage to enter into a forbidden relationship driven by desire with my stepsister. I make sure to clearly deny any suspicions. Then why is Kagaya-chan so clingy with you? I'd like to ask the same thing. I've been trying hard to be a respectable Aniki, but when I first met Kagaya, she was even more childish than she is now. Maybe she recognized me as a man before she saw me as a brother. Saying it myself sounds seriously creepy. I'm repulsed by my own thoughts. Regardless of what Kagaya truly feels, at least I have no such intentions. Tenju-san, why do you look so frustrated? It's embarrassing because it feels like you can see right through me. Tenju-san, it's because you're easy to read. You're cheeky even though you're younger. Shouldn't neighbors be equals? You always have a comeback reply. Do you dislike it? It's not that I don't like it. I just don't want to worry you, Tenju-san. If I could, I'd like you to take a peek inside my head. It seems like it would be full of pink thoughts. I won't deny that. Enduring it is tough, right? Tenju-san looks awkwardly concerned for me. It's true that I'm very interested in erotic things, but I've never intended and will never intend to trouble the person I like, not in the past, nor in the future. That's why I answered her with a cheerful and sincere attitude. Like. The Oni-san next door trembled sensitively at that word. If saying like troubles you, then I won't say it. But please remember that I do have unwavering feelings for you. Thank you. Tenju-san placed her hand on her chest as if to convey she said her gratitude with all her heart. You can fall for me again if you want. There's no need to fall again. She smiled shyly. I really like this person. Section. Golden Week has ended, and it's my first day back at school. As I wake up in the morning, I can hear the alarm from the room next door through the wall. The sound stops quickly, and a message arrives on my smartphone soon after. Ryu, good morning. Please take care of me again from today. Since we had pizza last night, I feel like having rice this morning. Unagi, good morning. Understood. I'll be waiting for you. Once I finish getting ready, there's another thing I need to do. I made a morning call to my classmate, Kuhu in Akira. Because it's the end of a consecutive holiday, I called a little earlier than usual to give her some extra time, just in case. After a long ring, she finally answered the phone. I could hear a faint sigh and the sound of her struggling to move on the bed. Good morning, Akira. School starts today. Get up. Her response was faint as if my words barely reached her brain. You'll be late. Is that you, Nishiki? She let out a voice that seemed still half in a dream. Golden Week is over. Extension, please. I'd extend it too if I could. I wish the holidays would last forever. Then become someone important and increase the number of holidays. I have no idea how one would go about establishing holidays, though. I'll leave that to you, Nishiki. Make life easier for me. Let's start with a 3-day weekend. I can't do that. Her demands are too high right out of the gate. She's so bossy for someone who's still half asleep. While you're at it, fix the Japanese economy too. Your demands are inflating too much. Humans are awake for too long, and the world is too complex and stressful. Things should be more laid back. Though I agree in my heart, admitting that would make Akira late. I volunteered to be the morning call person so she wouldn't get penalized by the school. It's hard to believe you were part of the track team competing by the second. It's a reaction from pursuing less than a second. There's a strange persuasiveness to that. Rather, athletes should value sleep more than anyone else. Well then, good night. Get up already. After all this talking, she still won't wake up. You're so noisy. I'm hanging up. If you do that, I'll quit being your wake-up call guy. Are you going to abandon me? Don't say things that sound so bad. Nishiki the demon. No, I'm calling you every morning, so I'm as kind as a Buddha. You're calling yourself a Buddha? There was a low chuckle on the other end of the phone. I too felt a bit embarrassed after saying it myself. Akira, your daily rhythm is completely reset because of the break. Make sure to get it back on track. Nishiki, I'm counting on you to continue with the wake-up calls. Akira said lightly. That's not how you ask someone for a favor. You were the one who offered first, Nishiki. Well, that's true, but a man should take responsibility to the end. See you at the station then. Akira said what she wanted to say and then hung up the phone. It seems I can't quit being the wake-up call guy just yet. Section. When breakfast was ready, Tenju-san came to my room. Good morning. What's for breakfast today? Tenju-san, perfectly made up and full of energy, looked splendid in her work clothes. She excitedly checked the menu laid out on the table. Wow, onigiri, miso soup, tamagoyaki, sausages, and ohitashi, a healthy Japanese breakfast that's gentle on the stomach. I've also brewed some genmatcha, please have some. I placed 2 teacup on the table and sat down myself. We said itadakimasu in unison and began our breakfast together. Time flowed leisurely in the bright room filled with morning sunlight. Having Tenju-san in my room felt completely natural. It was a luxury to be accustomed to the presence of such a beautiful woman. Once we step outside, a hectic day begins. This precious time is to recharge before that. Yet, as if to shatter this peaceful morning, the ringtone of a phone call echoed. The name displayed on the smartphone was Nishiki Kagaya. I showed the screen to Tenju-san. Answer it. It's too soon after yesterday. If I give in once, she'll definitely escalate. I'll be bombarded with messages non-stop, and I'm confident I'll end up neurotic. She wouldn't go that far. Tenji-san, you're underestimating Kagaya too much. Maybe you're being too strict, Unagi-kun? Just answer it. It's been ringing for a while. Tenju-san must have been secretly concerned about me deliberately ignoring the calls. Now that she knew who it was, it seemed she couldn't just turn a blind eye. Since the person I like said it that way, I couldn't refuse. I answered the phone. Hello, Yukun. Good morning. Your voice is too loud this early in the morning. My ears rang a bit, so I held the smartphone a bit away from my ear. Thanks for last night. Please say thanks to Rei-chan for me too. Tell her Sanki, thank you. Her voice was so loud that Tenju-san next to me could hear it too. And her thanks felt casual. She should use more polite language, considering she's not talking to classmates. I wanted to scold her, but Kagaya quickly moved the conversation forward. Hey, about our next shopping trip, where should we go? Do you have any place in mind, Yukun? I switched the call to speakerphone just in case. It's crowded everywhere in the city on days off. Cruising through the crowds is part of the outing experience. You really like that, don't you? My stepsister seems to get more excited the more crowded it is. Shibuya, Harajuku, Ikeburo, Shinjuku. Oh, I might want to go to Odaiba. It's near the sea, so let's go to Odaiba. It's decided. Without much discussion, Kagaya made the decision on her own. Is looking at Tokyo Bay really that fun? Isn't it romantic to look at the sea together? Just going to the sea lifts my spirits. Is that so? Then, promise to take me to a beautiful sea someday, Yukun. Maybe Okinawa? Oh, Even abroad is fine. Ask your parents for that. Kagaya's requests are always unreasonable. This morning, I also got a nonsensical request from Akira while she was half asleep. In that sense, the most difficult demand would be from Tenju Ryu, who wants to believe in eternal love. It's the weakness of being in love that makes you want to fulfill such foolish requests. Total rejection. I'm surprised you know such a phrase. I may not look it, but my grades aren't bad. That's why I'll definitely pass the entrance exam for Q High School. A declaration full of confidence. For us, that's bad news first thing in the morning. Tenju-san also seemed troubled. As an educator, it's gratifying to see a student strive and achieve their goals, but having her at our high school would complicate things. It reminded me how the relationship between me and Sensei is as fragile as walking on thin ice. Kagaya, can you really study that well? When I was at home, you often came crying to me for help with your studies. My memory paints a very different picture. I'm already in my 3rd year of junior high school. It's a breeze if I get serious. First, do your best on the upcoming midterms. I'm looking forward to shopping once they're over. Sure. Canceling for a flimsy reason is a no-no, okay? I get it. Alright, I'm going to hang up now. I'm going to suggest a trip abroad to Dad and my stepmom, so make sure you come with us this time. They haven't had their honeymoon trip yet, so they'll surely agree. I'll consider it positively. That's a perfunctory answer. Try to understand the subtlety nuances. What subtlety? She doesn't get it. Kagaya spoke her mind and unilaterally ended the call, saying she was going to have breakfast. Unagi-kun, you seem reluctant to go. Tenju-san gave me a probing look. I won't deny that. I sipped my cold tea. Why is that? Because paying attention to it means being manipulated by Kagaya again. Who calls this early in the morning? Maybe she wanted to thank you for yesterday before you went to school? A message would have been enough. Maybe, but she wanted to talk to you directly. At this rate, I'll start getting bombarded with calls out of nowhere like sudden downpours. You're exaggerating. It should be fine during breaks. I hope it only happens during breaks. Kagaya-chan has classes during the day too. If I seem a bit off, please overlook it. What, to that extent? Tenju-san didn't take me seriously, thinking it was a joke. Knowing Kagaya as I do, she'll easily exceed Sensei's naive expectations. Section. After seeing Sensei off, I finished taking out the trash and left the apartment. Returning to school after a long weekend, I lacked the enthusiasm. Once freed from the crowded train, I find my classmate Kuhu and Akira waiting at the station platform. Good morning, Nishiki. Thanks for this morning. Good morning, Akira. Good thing you weren't late. I responded lightly to Akira's blunt greeting, and we started walking to school side by side. She has sharp features that suit her short haircut, strong-looking eyes, a cardigan tied around her waist, and thighs toned from her time in the track and field club extending from her short uniform skirt. As usual, she let out a small yawn while walking beside me. She still seemed sleepy. When did you go to bed late last night? Maybe around 9. That early? Are you a grade schooler or something? How come you can't wake up with that much sleep? There's no such thing as too much sleep. Planning to become Sleeping Beauty? If that were the case, I wouldn't wake up with just a phone call, but a kiss. Nishiki, do you want to kiss me? I inadvertently find myself looking at Akira's lips when she suddenly mentions a kiss. I'd rather not get arrested for breaking and entering the Kuhuin house. The fairy tale ends if the prince gives up. You know, me, a prince. That's not really my style. They say that when a woman falls in love, any man can seem like a charming prince to her. Sounds like she should get her eyes checked immediately. That should be a brain check, actually. Akira casually goes along with my silly joke. You can't make a good romance just by thinking with your head. If I did a check, I'm sure that some abnormality would be found. Seriously, falling in love means, for better or worse, you can't stay normal. Nishiki, you're surprisingly a romantic. I just wish every love story could have a happy ending. Unfortunately, not all loves come true. Still, I don't want it to end just with hurt. I don't want it to end at all. That's definitely a romantic. Or perhaps a foolish dreamer. I thought you were more of a dry type, someone who's more grounded in reality. I thought so too before. Until I fell in love with Tenju Ryu, I never imagined I'd become like this. Falling in love is like a positive misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, you say? Akira says something that sounds profound. I hold back my retort and listen carefully to her words. It's impossible to understand everything about another person. No matter how far you go, it's just self-centered assumptions. You might get disillusioned once you know their true nature, or you might just grow cold and lose interest. I see. There's a saying about that, isn't there? What was it? Love is blind. That's true. A favorable interpretation is ultimately subjective. Even if others try to stop you, even if the law forbids it, the person you fall for becomes special. The emotion of love is truly mysterious, irrational, and illogical. That's. When you think about it, love at first sight is pretty scary, isn't it? Just by looking at someone else, some weird switch gets flipped. It's kind of creepy, almost like a curse. That's a sharp observation. The idea that just by catching your eye, your heart can be stolen in an instant, if you think about it, it's terrifying. If love at first sight binds your emotions, it's not far-fetched to call it a kind of curse. Love is a curse. Akira, are you the cautious type? I thought you were more of an intuition type of person. That's more like Ririka's type. Akira brought up the name of Mayuzumi Ririka, a central figure among our classmates. Akiaki, Nikki, you called Ririka. Suddenly embracing both Mai and Akira's shoulders, the person who popped her face out from between us was the twin-tailed Mayuzumi Ririka herself. The petite baby-faced girl greeted us with a cheerful, beaming smile. Ririka, stop appearing out of nowhere. You surprised me. Good morning, Mayuzumi-san. While Akira responded as if she was used to this, I stiffened up due to her unexpected appearance. I just had to come over after seeing the two of you together, you know. Could it be that you two have started dating? Mayuzumi-san's eyes sparkled as she looked back and forth between us. Of course not. Akira shrugged off Mayuzumi-san's hand from her shoulder. At the same time, the hand is removed from my shoulder as well. Nikki-san, are you and Akiaki just embarrassed and trying to cover it up? We're not making the progress you're hoping for, Mayuzumi-san. As anyone can see, Akira's lack of attachment to me is obvious. I wonder what kind of guy Akira would actually fall for. Is that so? That's a shame. You two look good together, so let me know if you become a couple. Is that how Mayuzumi-san sees us? Well, neither Akira nor I are particularly good at socializing. With the way we're interacting with each other, maybe it's not surprising that she might misunderstand why we're together. Ririka, I'll get angry if you keep annoying me like that. Akiaki, you're always angry. She laughed with a kaya-ha-ha while smiling brightly. Mayuzumi-san's mentality is too strong. She knew what she was doing and still pushed forward. Most people are already at a distance because Akira already looks angry when she's silent. Not only her, but Mayuzumi-san also doesn't hesitate to approach the overly beautiful Tenju Sensei, so I envy her fearlessness. Isn't it because Ririka always makes me angry? Could it be that Ririka is the third wheel? If that's what you think, then it's probably true. One of Akira's eyebrows raised. Specifically, which part? There are too many applicable parts. Ririka is just being her usual self though. Unfazed by the scolding, she just walked right between me and Akira and kept going. Mayuzumi-san was shorter and had a slightly narrower stride than us, so she had quickened her pace a bit. Part of that was because Akira was in a bad mood and had also started walking faster. I unconsciously slowed down my pace. Nikki, thanks for matching my pace. You're so kind. Mayuzumi-san noticed right away and lined up beside me. Because of that, Akira ended up walking ahead alone. She looked back at us as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Nothing, Akira said while turning her face away with a huff, but then she adjusted her pace to match ours. This attitude is why you're so popular, Nikki. If he's so popular, why doesn't he have a girlfriend already? Oh my, is that okay with you, Akiaki? Ririka, you're annoying. Kia, Nikki, Akiaki is scary. Mayuzuma-san then moved to the edge as if using me as a shield. She was probably the only one in the class who could tease Akira like this. Just then, my smartphone rings with a message notification. I kept walking without checking it, but the messages kept coming in one after another. I knew it was Kagaya without even looking. Aren't you going to check that, Nikki? Ririka is busy playing with Akiaki, so don't mind me. Ririka, you should be paying attention to me. Ririka likes Akiaki so much though. Somehow, Kuhu and Akira and Mayuzumi Ririka seemed to be good friends who got along well. While I was contemplating their relationship, the messages kept coming. Isn't that too many messages? Spam. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Seeing Mayuzuma-san, I couldn't help but want to tease her. No way. Akira exclaimed so loudly that all the students walking on the school route turned to look at us. Of course it's a lie. I immediately told her it was a joke. Nikki, you almost got me. Mayuzuma-san said. Don't be annoying. After slapping her with a bag, Akira went into the convenience store. She's really mad now. Mayuzuma-san really understands Akira, right? While Akira finished her shopping, Mayuzuma-san and I chatted in front of the convenience store. Usually, Akira would give me a chocolate bar as thanks for the morning call. However, she just walks away after she pops her usual chupa chups in her mouth. It seems her mood hasn't improved. Akiaki, you're so cute. Mayuzuma-san immediately chases after her. I guess I'm not as skilled at teasing Akira as Mayuzuma-san is. Section. Now that Golden Week is over, it's finally time for midterms. Make sure to switch gears and focus on your studies. Those of you who are still in vacation mode need to adjust their daily rhythms quickly. The first term will be over before you know it, and falling behind now will affect you later, making it harder to catch up. Our homeroom teacher, Tenju Ryu Sensei, fires us up during the first homeroom after the break. Given her commanding presence, you wouldn't think she was bedridden with a fever just a few days ago. Her gaze sweeps over the class from the podium and even has a certain dignity to it. I find myself admiring her from my front row seat. I would love to listen to Sensei's speech, but I just can't do it today. Nishiki-kun, you seem a little restless. Tenju Sensei also noticed something wrong with me and called me out. My smartphone, which I carelessly left in my uniform's inner pocket, vibrates non-stop on silent mode. I can't help but frown each time. As expected, messages from Kagaya started coming in. She should be in homeroom too, so why does she keep sending me messages? I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the phone in my chest continues to vibrate. Tenju Sensei, who was gently warning me, must have guessed that Kagaya was the cause of my strange behavior. Anyway, let's all make sure to focus on our studies while at school by keeping things balanced, especially when it comes to handling our smartphones. Make sure they don't disrupt the class. When Tenju Sensei makes the call, the whole class responds in unison with a yes. Section. After homeroom, I'm overwhelmed by the sheer number of messages when I check my phone. The content is a mishmash of links to shops she wants to visit, trivial things that are hard to respond to, and messages that were clearly sent on a whim. I wouldn't get anything else done if I were to reply to each message. What is Kagaya even doing at school? Nishiki-kun, you're not in trouble, aren't you? Tenju Sensei, in teacher mode, casually checks in on me. There's no problem other than receiving a lot of messages. I've also brought my power bank today. My smartphone battery level is dropping rapidly because of the vibration. Even Tenju-san, who thought everything was fine, looks worried after seeing the actual situation. I guess you're used to it, aren't you? I'll ask for your help if there's a serious problem. As always, don't hesitate to ask me. So reliable. Tenju Sensei is a model teacher. Don't flatter me. Helping students with their troubles is part of a teacher's job. After Sensei leaves, I use the short time before the first period to reply. Unagi, I'm at school, so cut down on the messages. Kagaya, you finally replied. You're so slow. Unagi, you send too many messages. It's like wanko soba. All you can eat soba. Kagaya, lol. Unagi, I can't read them all. Kagaya, You need to communicate more often with girls, or they will get tired of you. Unagi, suit yourself. Kagaya, as for me, I just can't bring myself to dislike you, Yukuan. Unagi, keep your brother complex in check. Kagaya, I wouldn't mind if you became a siscon. Unagi, it might be worth considering if that's what it takes to calm Kagaya down. Kagaya, yes, totally. Become a siscon. Unagi, I can't sense a shred of calmness here. This was how we exchanged messages every break, and before I knew it, it was lunchtime. Nishiki, why have you been on your phone all morning? Is Nikki's lover the type to get sick if she doesn't hear anything from you? The kind who gets neurotic if you lose contact with her? Akira and Mayuzuma-san called out to me. Mayuzuma-san, are you still going on about this morning's joke? Is that a problem? Mayuzuma-san was smiling. While I regretted my own slip of the tongue, Akira was looking at me with dismay. At least she seemed to have returned to a good enough mood to talk. I don't have a girlfriend, and the one contacting me is a family member. An emergency matter? No, it's a completely unnecessary matter. Then you should just ignore it. Akira, you're so harsh. As expected of an only child. Mayuzuma-san retorted immediately. It's family, so it's not a big deal if you're a bit rough with them. I mostly ignore my dad's calls. The cruelty of a teenage daughter. Be kind to your dad. Well, I guess it's hard to ignore them now after all the times I've let it slide. Living alone can be tough, right? Do you hate your family? That's not it, which is why it's troublesome. Akira looked at me with a meaningful expression. What is it? It just seems like Nishiki is taking on unnecessary troubles again. Hey, be careful with what you say. Akira, you're one of them, you know? Just so you know, my morning wake-up calls were your idea, Nishiki. I absolutely won't accept any cancellations. Akira gets annoyed and retorts. You already said that this morning, and I agree. I'd feel lonely too if my classmates had to repeat a year or drop out. Plus, it would cause trouble for others. Classmates. Akira fell silent after that. Nikki has this unconscious ability to drag people into a swamp. Even if he got a possessive lover, he'd respond with all his might, making the other person even more dependent and unable to escape. I was a little taken aback. That's a very specific scenario. Kindness can sometimes be a sin, Nikki. That's absurd. What I want is a relationship where the two of us are independent. I'd probably go insane because I'd prefer to be left alone at times. Isn't it annoying to reply out of a sense of obligation? Akira hugged herself as if to say it was absolutely impossible for her. There are people in the world who feel anxious if they're not on a constant connection. Mayuzuma-san had a knowing look on her face. She had many friends and a wide social circle, so she must have experience dealing with that type of person. I could never get along with that type. Akiaki can manage just fine without flocking with others. If you understand that, then stop bothering me. You're just shy. Mayuzuma-san doesn't seem bothered by Akira's cold response. Well, it's not like Akira will have a chance to meet my little sister anyway. What? Your sister is the one you've been in contact with? You should have said that earlier. Oh, did I not mention it? Nikki, Ririka never heard of her either. If Mayuzuma-san said so, then I must have forgotten to mention it. I could never get along with that type doesn't mean I couldn't get along with Nishiki's sister. Don't get the wrong idea. Akira corrected herself with her face turning red. Why did you suddenly start getting more messages from your sister, Nikki? She suddenly showed up at my place last night. Wow, spending the last of Golden Week with your sibling, that's super close. To be precise, it was a pizza party with our homeroom teacher, Tenju Ryu. It just happened. Until then, I was just relaxing at home. It's so sad to be all alone. If I had known, I would have invited you out. Mayuzuma-san suddenly showed sympathy, thinking I had been bored on Golden Week. I couldn't honestly say that I had been taking care of our teacher's cold. Other than that, the time flew by as I did house cleaning and other chores I normally couldn't get to. Hey, let's go out somewhere after the midterm exams are over. I'm fine. Mayuzuma-san, you must have plenty of other friends to hang out with. right? Ririka wants to play with Nikki and Akiaki. It'll just be a date between Nikki and Ririka if you refuse, you know? The conversation moves forward on its own with the assumption that I'll be going. Alright, I've been wanting some new clothes anyway, so I'll go shopping with you. Akira reluctantly agrees while casually saying what she wants. Decided. Now, where shall we go? Mayuzuma-san takes charge with an experienced demeanor. It feels nice to have someone who can organize like this. However, sorry, I already have some plans for after the midterm exams. Please invite me again some other time. I see. Then it'll just be Ririka and Akiaki going shopping. If Nikishiki isn't coming, maybe we should cancel it. If you want to, I can invite the other girls and go as a group. Mayuzuma-san suggests while taking out her smartphone. It seems like Mayuzuma-san could gather a crowd with just one word. Fine. Just the two of us. I prefer it that way. Akira quickly interjects to stop her. I stand up to buy lunch, and for some reason, Akira gives me a resentful glare. You don't need to prepare meals for me until the midterm exams are over. It's an order from Tenju-san, who insists that I focus on studying the week before the exams. As a teacher, she can't afford to take away a student's study time. She's strict as an adult, so there's no room for negotiation. Thus, I was supposed to be dedicating myself to my studies. Are you listening, Yukuin? So, you see. Hey, Kagaya. Is it fun for you to interrupt me? Let me get back to studying soon. The phone call has been ongoing for quite some time now, and it's been like this for dozens of minutes. Panicking before the test won't help you retain anything. Struggling is important in life. Giving up can always be done later. Even if it's plain and uncool, the results of persistent effort might take you to great heights. Perseverance is power. 5 minutes before the test is enough. It's hard to get a high score just with that. It's good enough to avoid failing. That's not enough for me. I've promised my father, who provides my living expenses, that I'll work hard at my studies. I won't be able to continue living as I do now if I break that promise. In other words, it means I won't be able to stay next door to Tenju Ryu. That's something I absolutely don't want. I will protect my current lifestyle no matter what. Yukuin, you're trying too hard by yourself. It's just normal for me. Can't you be satisfied living within what you can do? I can't. You'll get tired if you stretch yourself too much. Hard to take that seriously from someone still growing. From the first time we met, I thought Yukuin seemed like an adult. You can do all the household chores, you study hard and get good grades. To your stepmother, you're the reliable, ideal son. You've been paying close attention, right? After all, we've always been together. Kagaya said it with pride. That's why I relied on you the same way. Maybe I relied on Yukuin too much. You were just an elementary school student until recently. It's normal to rely someone older in the house. It's only natural for me, as a brother, to take care of my younger sister. But Yukuin, you were still in junior high school back then. What's the point? The age difference hasn't changed. It hasn't changed, but there are things I want to change. If that's the case, I'd like Kagaya to become a reliable adult woman. Is that your type, Yukuin? No, not particularly. Fine, I'm going to sleep. The call was abruptly ended. She's as moody as ever. Then, I received a message just as I was about to go back to my textbooks and notes. Ryu, concentrate on your studies properly. The walls of this apartment are thin, so I guess my voice had leaked into the next room. I decide to give Tenju-san a call. Sorry for being loud. There's no point in calling me. I even paused my meal for nothing. Despite being scolded, I couldn't help feeling happy. If it's a request from Tenju-san, I'll do whatever it takes to fulfill it. It's ethically wrong for a teacher like me to take up your time. It must be tough worrying about students even when you're home. I may not look it, but I do feel a sense of responsibility. It seems she has guessed that my earlier call was with Kagaya. Kagaya has always been like that, so please don't worry about it. But my life is being invaded by my stepsister. Why don't you just come clean and explain the situation to Kagaya-chan? Can't you ask her to keep quiet about it? That's difficult. Her wish is for me to return home. Besides, it's normal for high school students to live with their parents, so this would just give her the perfect excuse to drag me back. Kagaya's argument would be much more reasonable if that happened. I understand that, but do you really need to be so guarded against your stepsister? It seems like you really don't want to go back home, Unagi-kun. Tenju-san approached the subject hesitantly. Well, who would want to give up the freedom of living alone? Is that all? Kagaya will take advantage of my weakness and blackmail me. Half joking, half serious. I can hardly imagine Kagaya understanding my situation and keeping quiet, nor does she have any obligation to do so. Even though she's your stepsister, especially because she's my stepsister. Is there another reason you don't want to go back home? Tenju-san seemed particularly concerned about this since Kagaya's arrival. Well, it's because there is someone called Tenju-san next door. Putting me aside, think of it as a problem as far as you are concerned. I didn't ask for counseling. Unagi-kun, could it be that part of the complication also lies with you? Are you saying it's my fault? My voice unintentionally becomes defensive. I'm sorry. Anyway, I don't have anything to say anymore. I'll get back to studying for the test. Maybe I was being too nosy. I'm sorry too. A bitter feeling seemed to spread in my mouth after the call ended. Finally, the 3 days of midterm exams began. I felt somewhat confident about each subject. I think I managed to avoid failing anything. On the second day, the last subject was Japanese history. I studied really hard for this subject because it's taught by Tenju Sensei. Under the watchful eye of Tenju Sensei, who was also the examiner, I filled out the answer sheets one after another. When the bell rang to signal the end of the exam, I was confident I had scored full marks. I knew it, the power of love is great. Tenju Sensei collected the answer sheets and then proceeded to the homeroom for dismissal. Only one more day of midterms left. Don't let your guard down and make sure to finish strong. She concluded with a cheer for the whole class and the day was over. Nishiki-kun, you look a bit pale. Are you feeling okay? It was Tenju Sensei who approached me with concern. I'm just sleep deprived because I crammed all night. Were you that unprepared? I just wanted to score a perfect 100 in Japanese history. Full score? That's bold. Sensei, please look forward to grading it. The conversation is cut short. Tenju Sensei seems to want to say something more, but the next words don't come out. Sensei, if you have something to say, I'm listening. Just as I urge her, a female student interrupts our conversation. Ryu-chan Sensei, is it still going to take a while? Can I borrow Nikki for a moment? Mayuzuma-san approaches us with Akira. Go ahead. I'm done here. Tenju Sensei yielded her turn in the conversation and then left the classroom. Nikki, why don't you go have lunch with Akiaki? Let's go to a family restaurant or fast food place, and you can teach me about classical literature for tomorrow. You were good at liberal arts subjects, right? Sure, but I didn't bring my textbook or notes. My bag only contains the materials for today's test subjects. You can just use ours to teach us. Akira says bluntly. Got it. Both of you struggle with classical literature, don't you? Akira seems good at math. Perhaps she's more of a science type after all. Yeah, exactly. Despite it being Japanese, I just don't get it at all. What's with the irregular conjugations and stuff? I wish they wouldn't change so casually. I always need a modern Japanese translation. Mayuzuma-san seems to have given up on the subject. Then let's hurry before it gets crowded. It's rare for Akira to be proactive. Are you that hungry? Shut up and get ready quickly. Yes. As I go to pick up my bag, I'm still caught up on Tenju-sensei's reaction from earlier. Could she have had some urgent matter? We haven't been eating breakfast or dinner together lately, so we don't have many conversations outside of school. She'd usually message or call me if there was something important, but her approaching me subtly to talk was kind of odd. Sorry, go ahead without me. Let me know the place by phone, and I'll catch up soon. Nikki, where are you going? I've got something to discuss with Sensei. Experience has taught me that putting off things that concern me has never led to anything good. Following my intuition, I quickly chase after Tenju-sensei. I dash down the stairs, searching for a glimpse of Tenju-sensei. Contacting her directly via smartphone would be faster, but it's frowned upon for a teacher and a student to communicate privately within the school. Since I couldn't find her on my way, I headed to the staff room. But even there, Tenju-sensei was nowhere to be found. When I asked the other teachers where she might be, they said she had gone to the swimming club's room. I made my way towards the pool at the edge of the school grounds. Since most students quickly left the school due to the exam period, the hallways were empty. With the majority having gone home, I could run without worrying about bumping into anyone. The sunlit corridor was dazzling, and running through the quiet, deserted hallway as if I owned the space felt nice. Only the sound of my footsteps echoed cheerfully. As I passed by the gymnasium, I heard the sound of a basketball being dribbled and a voice giving a warning. I involuntarily stopped and stealthily peeked inside. Hey, the gymnasium is off-limits during the exam period. Tenju-sensei was scolding students who were sneakily playing inside the gym. Our school's most beautiful teacher stood imposingly while exuding an overwhelming presence. Even the mischievous-looking senpai with an athletic club vibe reluctantly obeyed her pressure and grudgingly returned the ball to the storage room. It seemed they had been playing basketball as a break from studying for exams. Stop lingering. Go home immediately after you return it. At Sensei's sharp command, those senpais threw the ball into the storage and then scattered and hurried out of the gym like baby spiders. Make sure you put it away properly. State your class and name. I'm sorry, they said, not noticing me at the entrance as they fled at full speed. Seriously now. Sensei seems a little annoyed. I approached her from behind while silencing my footsteps. In the spacious gymnasium, it was just the two of us. Tenju-sensei, you're so strict. What did you say? When I teased her, she turned around with a scary face. Whoa, a beautiful woman really has a different presence when she's angry. Her eyes were so strong that I couldn't help but flinch a little. Nishiki-kun, what are you doing here? Sensei was also surprised by my appearance. I was just curious because you seemed to want to talk about something in the classroom. How did you find me? Sensei's voice carries me here. Well, you're pretty merciless, aren't? We lose if a teacher is taken lightly by the students. She nonchalantly placed one hand on her hip. Of course, as a school with a certain level of academic advancement, there shouldn't be any delinquents who are constantly in trouble at Q High School. I was ready to jump in too if that guy is going to make trouble. We're at school now. Make sure you switch your attitude properly, Nishiki-kun. Yes. I know. It's probably just a needless worry. Even so, given my position, I can't help but worry. I've hardly ever been in a real fistfight, but I'm prepared to clench my fists if it really comes down to it. Not all people are reasonable. There are those brazen enough to get angry in reverse and refuse to admit their own faults even when they're clearly to blame. If someone precious to me is threatened, I'll protect them with all my might. But thank you for worrying about me. Her long hair swayed as she turned her back to enter the gym storage room. Ah, I knew it was just tossed aside carelessly. The basketball wasn't in the basket but was rolling on the dusty floor. Tenju-sensei picked it up as if it was expected. I also helped out and found another ball that had rolled to the back of the room. So, Sensei, what were you trying to talk about earlier? I fiddled with the ball I had picked up. Well, I guess we won't be overheard by anyone here. Tenju Ryu relaxed her teacher mode and let the friendly Oni-chan next door come to the surface. I've been a little worried about how you've been these past few days. Except for last night, I've been sleeping properly at night. Well, I had overslept this morning because I went to bed at dawn, almost forgetting to give Akira her morning wake-up call. So I ended up buying some food at the convenience store with Akira on the way since I left home without breakfast. Akira, as diligent as ever, treated me to a chocolate today too. Right, sleep is important. But somehow, you seem to have a cloud over your expression. Isn't that just your imagination? If that's the case, then that's fine. But I have a hunch that there's something on your mind. Tenju-sensei seemed somewhat hesitant. You mean about Kagaya? There's nothing going on. It doesn't look that way to me. If you have any worries, you should tell me about it. Should a high school teacher meddle in a student's family affairs? If it helps a student, then yes, I will do that. Tenju Sensei was unwavering. A passionate teacher who really cares about her students. Nishiki-kun, you try to deflect the conversation with sarcasm when things get tough, don't you? I just have a sharp tongue. The neighbor I relied on isn't such a superficial man. Her words were so straightforward that she made me feel embarrassed for being so evasive. As I was searching for my next line, I heard footsteps and voices coming from outside the gym storage room. Someone's coming. Hide. Tenju Sensei pushed me down onto the mat. We end up collapsing on top of each other in the process. We held our breath, trying to hide our presence, and stayed motionless. She was close. Looming over me, Tenju Sensei's face is right before my eyes. My face is reflected in her eyes. No matter how many times I see her, and even from a distance where I can hear her breathing, Tenju Ryu is beautiful. Suddenly, I remember a rainy evening when I had pushed Tenju-san down onto the bed in her room. Recalling my careless behavior at that time, I hurriedly tried to move away. Don't move. I receive a small rebuke in a whisper. Tenju Sensei's arms were trembling. If either of us moved carelessly, the noise would give us away. Lying on my back, all I could do was stay still and be quiet underneath her. It will definitely lead to a big misunderstanding if a situation where a teacher and a student are found on top of each other. We absolutely could not be discovered. At the same time, I realized a shocking fact. Lucky, Tenju Sensei has already gone home. That was close. I actually forgot to lock the door. She'll blow up at us again if we get caught. Let's lock it up and leave quickly. Those senpai Sensei had warned earlier seemed to have returned to lock the door of the gym storage room. But none of that mattered now. I was intensely feeling the invisible force of gravity. Sensei's chest was resting on top of me. A large soft mass was pressing firmly against my chest. My consciousness was involuntarily focused on my chest area. Am I in heaven or hell right now? I was desperately trying to maintain this precarious balance without making the slightest move. But this position was too stimulating. Sensei's faint warm breath, the skin-to-skin contact, the sweet feminine scent, and the astonishing weight I could feel on my chest. This is bad. I vividly feel the destructive power of physical contact. My reason was rapidly being eroded, and my instincts were about to erupt like magma. Can I come out now? Endure it. I'm reaching my limit too. But it's an emergency. Just a little longer. I can't. How will you explain it if you come out now? It was an accident. Do you think that will work? If Tenju-san hadn't pushed me down. I panicked, so it couldn't be helped. A loud locking sound was heard as we argued in whispers. When the presence in front of the door faded away, Tenju-sensei cautiously got up. Phew, glad we weren't discovered. I was about to lose it. I quickly sat down in a crouch position. That was close. Nishiki-kun, why do you look so gloomy? Don't mind me. More importantly, we've been locked in the gym storage room. What should we do now? Tenju-sensei's face turned pale. Why did you hide in the first place? There wouldn't have been a problem if you had just acted normally like you wanted me to put away the balls. But it was so sudden. I thought it would be bad if we were found together. Sorry. This person makes strange mistakes when she panics. Sensei, do you have your smartphone? I left it in the staff room. What about you, Nishiki-kun? Mine's in my bag. We searched the gym storage room for a way to escape on our own, but both the door and windows seemed difficult to get through. Isn't this pretty bad? I wonder if the janitor will notice us. All we can do now is hope that Akira and Mayuzuma-san will come looking for us after being annoyed that I haven't shown up at the family restaurant. Still, how are we going to explain this situation of just the two of us? It's pointless to have made that neighbor agreement if it comes to this. Tenju-san was holding her head in distress. Let's just calmly wait for help and think of a good excuse. Resigned, I lay down on the mat, and my stomach growled. Well, it's way past lunchtime. I'm hungry too. Tenju-sensei also sat down beside me. I wish I had some snack, I muttered as I searched my pocket and found a chocolate bar. Right, I had forgotten that I had left it in there since Akira had given it to me this morning. Sensei, let's eat this to distract ourselves for now. I broke the chocolate bar in half and handed it to Sensei. Thank you. The sweetness is very soothing. We savored the taste. Sensei, is there anything you want to eat after the tests are over? I asked about dinner requests to pass the time. Fried chicken. Sounds good. Let's make it with a strong garlic flavor and fry up a lot of it. That's the best. I can't stop drooling at the thought of it. We continue with idle chatter, but there's no sign of help, nor can I feel the presence of anyone else. Time seems to be passing a little slower. I guess we need to prepare ourselves for a long time before someone comes. Eventually, the issue of needing the restroom will arise. I hope we'll be found before nightfall. In this dusty room, it was somewhat reassuring to have Tenju-sensei by my side. Hey, Nishiki-kun. Since we have the chance, won't you tell me, what is it? Did you decide to live alone because of Kagaya-chan's confession? What happened between you two siblings to create this strange distance? I want to know the details, she asked with a serious tone. Strange distance. You're in trouble, yet you allow her to get close. It's just that Kagaya is a bit too much, and I'm just putting up with it. Putting up with it, right? Tenju-sensei calmly picked up on every casual word I said. That alone made her trustworthy as a listener. I don't remember asking for a personal consultation, though. This is out of personal interest as Tenju Ryu. I want to understand properly for the future, and I want to get along with Kagaya-chan like real sisters. I couldn't refuse to answer when she put it that way. I'll scream right here if you won't tell me. What kind of threat is that? I was bewildered by the demand prepared for social death. I'm asking with a resolve to throw everything away. That's how serious I am. So, what will you do? She's blushing and bluffing with all her might. So, is it okay for me to get desperate and attack you, Sensei? You'd go that far. Don't stay silent. Her face trying to hold back from running away was both pitiful and adorable. At this close distance, I've gotten somewhat used to it. Well, Sensei has hugged me, given me a lap pillow, approached me in a swimsuit, and even slept together with me. It sounds like I'm some kind of pervert when you put it that way. She seemed like she might explode from embarrassment at any moment. Honestly, I'm happy about it. If that's the case, then it's fine. It's fine. How naturally does this person stir a man's heart? I feel like I might lose control if we ever get into a real relationship. I feel like thanking God that such a pure woman has not been caught by a strange man. All right. Considering how cute you are, I'll tell you about it. I don't like the way you said that. She seems dissatisfied. Be happy that you managed to persuade me. See, it sounds like you're the one on top. The person who tried to use intimidation to take control over a student is saying what now? I can't help but give a serious response. It seems the line between work and private life is becoming increasingly blurred for her when it comes to dealing with me. It's mutual. She tries to act tough, but she can't completely hide her agitation. Just like when I caught a cold, Tenju Ryu is someone who doesn't choose her methods when I'm in any sort of pinch. Her perspective narrows, and she becomes more forceful. But I suppose that's because she's trying hard to help the other person. Even if it's just my vanity, having someone who would act so recklessly on my behalf makes me genuinely happy. Sensei moved to sit right beside me. I took a breath and then began to tell stories from the past. Kagaya's mother passed away due to illness at an early age, and her stepfather raised her single-handedly. He was a gentle family man who loved Kagaya but was often too busy with work to give her much attention. As a result, Kagaya probably felt lonely when she was little. That influenced her to behave in ways that would draw attention from others. That's why she became so good at attracting people. As a child, maybe she realized that she would receive more attention by engaging others rather than by crying and making a fuss. When I first met Kagaya, she was still in elementary school. I braced myself at first, thinking she was about the same age. But she was just a younger girl when we actually talked. Ah, she's definitely more of a child than me, I thought. I remember deciding that I had to take care of her as her Oni-chan. That's when Nishiki Unagi became aware of his role as a brother. The current Kagaya's knack for being spoiled is a remnant of her childhood loneliness, a vestige of those days. While being doted on was enough when she was young, as she grew up, she began to stir romantic feelings in the opposite sex. You really understand your stepsister well. As expected of an Oni-chan. It was tough until we could talk like we do now. At first, she ignored you and hardly spoke to you, right? She must have thought that her beloved stepfather was stolen by my mother when they remarried. I was treated as an accomplice and was thoroughly seen as an enemy. It's tough for anyone to start living with a stranger. Fortunately, she played the good daughter when both parents were around, but she quickly became aloof when it was just the two of us. It was mostly her taking her frustrations out on me, and I had quite a hard time. After all, it was the first time I had a stepsister close to my age. It was an age when even talking to girls in my class was embarrassing, let alone figuring out how to interact with a girl close to my age under the same roof. Nishiki-kun, how did you become close? Our parents were busy with work, and I was the one who spent the most time at home. There wasn't much to talk about, so I passed the time doing housework. When they came home late, I'd cook dinner, and we gradually started talking more over meals. As expected, you're good at winning hearts with food. It's convincing when you say it, Tenju-sensei. After all, she's the one who cried over my curry. Forget about me, okay, continue. She urged me to continue. I started helping out with the household chores, and we began going to school together in the mornings. We even started going out together on our days off. I was happy to be so relied upon. It sounds like you grew closer gradually. I was getting used to playing the role of a brother. Well, everything was good up to that point. As you can imagine, Kagaya was popular in junior high school too. Kagaya-chan is bright and has a good vibe, so it's natural that the boys easily fall for her. I can't disagree with Nishiki Kagaya's evaluation from a teacher's perspective. Sensei, you must have been popular back then and now too. I lacked charm. As I've told you before, I was sharp-edged and had zero interest in romance. I despised the guys who approached me too casually and found them utterly annoying. She was relentless. It's surprising that someone who used to be like that actually accepted the neighbor agreement and a relationship with me. That's because I don't change the subject. We're now talking about your relationship with Kagaya-chan. Continue. The conversation was forcibly steered back on track. I wanted to hear more about Tenju Ryu's high school days. Well, Kagaya was the kind of girl who stood out so much that you'd hear about her even if she was in a different grade. At one point, she had 5 boys confess to her at the same time. How did you feel about Kagaya-chan at that time, Nishiki-kun? She was my stepsister, so I thought, oh, she's cute. But I was like, wow, she's that popular? Wow, that's quite indifferent. I mean, even if she reported every single confession and her rejection to me, there's not much I can do as an Aniki. Sometimes, my friends even ask me to introduce them to Kagaya. Because I showed so little interest, Kagaya became even more determined. It's like a girl who's good at being liked by others becomes all the more conscious of someone who doesn't pay attention to her. Sensei's cool analysis is a relief. Probably, since I was always with her at home and school, I was the first person she could fully rely on. Day by day, our distance closed, and we became very close at home. A junior high schooler who loves her Oni-chan that much. I guess there are girls like that. She too sensed the ominous turn of events. Now we're getting to the heart of the matter. Because she was so clingy both at school and home, I finally got angry. There's a limit, considering we're not blood-related siblings. I'm a guy, and I didn't want to start feeling awkward around her as a woman. And what do you think Kagaya said? Tenju-sensei waits silently for the next words. I don't want to be siblings with you, Kuan. Kagaya-chan really fell for you. Tenju-sensei speaks on behalf of Kagaya's feelings. And, just at that moment, my mother happened to come home and see it. That's... Tenju-sensei is left speechless. It was more than just awkward. It was nearly a step away from destroying our family. Even remembering it makes my stomach hurt. I can understand why you'd say you're on bad terms with your mother. My mother must have been at her wit's end too. Imagine her new stepdaughter suddenly falling for her real son. It was like a bomb had been planted in a freshly remarried family. It's a difficult situation. You can't just ignore it. In the end, someone had to take the hit. The least problematic solution was for me to leave, so that's what I decided. Did your parents agree with that? I'm not sure. They seemed to have had an inkling about Kagaya's attitude and eventually gave their consent. To let their important son go off on his own? She looked skeptical. I took the initiative there. I secured support from my biological father, who I had separated from before getting their retrospective consent. I told them I wanted to focus on my studies in high school and that I couldn't fit in with the new family. It's a good enough excuse. That's a bit of sophistry. It's a choice where no one gets hurt. My parents just respected their son's wishes. Tenju-sensei didn't miss even the slightest quiver in my voice. That's what you believe, huh? The best way to make things right would be to distance myself from Kagaya. Why do you talk about yourself as if you're an outsider and it's someone else's problem? Yes. I didn't understand what Sensei was pointing out at first. But then she looked sad and angry. Now I know why you're so mature, Unagi-kun. You have a habit of putting yourself last and prioritizing others. I do think I'm pretty honest about expressing my own desires, though. I tried to joke, but Sensei's expression didn't change. The spirit of self-sacrifice is noble, but your heart will break if you keep doing that. I chose this outcome myself. My emotional voice echoed alone in the gym storage room. Really, you're such an idiot. With that, Tenju-sensei hugged me. Being hugged and gently stroked on the head, I couldn't resist. I calmed down while enveloped in her warmth. Sensei, this is school. Just this once, let it be an exception. Soothed by her gentle words, I obediently complied. Would it have been better if you hadn't had a stepsister? Of course I was happy to have her. Kagaya taught me that not being alone is fun. She's been and will always be an important stepsister to me. You're such a great Oni-san, aren't you? No matter what, I can only ever be Nishiki Kagaya's brother through and through. Yes, that's why I chose you. You're so kind that I had no other choice. Only this person seemed to understand what was in my heart. Sensei. What is it? I'm not such a great guy. I'm extremely interested in erotic things. I know. I could always feel your gaze. I want to kiss you, Sensei. Our faces were very close to each other as we gazed into each other's eyes. Moist eyes, flushed cheeks, glossy lips. I want to feel all of these even closer. Unagi-kun. This is an exception, right? I gently touched her cheek. Her ears turned bright red and the tips of her long eyelashes trembled. Didon-ti. Yet, she didn't run away. Whether she closed her eyes out of fear or because she was waiting, I didn't know. Right now, only the two of us existed in this world. It's our little secret. No need for words. I wiped the corner of her lips with my finger. Sensei, you had some chocolate on your mouth. What? I showed her my index finger with the chocolate on it. It seems it got there when you were eating a chocolate earlier. This is payback for the other day. Or maybe would you really have been okay with a kiss? I smiled smugly as if to tease her. With her face still downcast, Sensei hit my chest repeatedly while making inarticulate sounds. It's nothing. It's just nothing. What is? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Sorry if I got your hopes up. Then let me try again. I pretended to reach for Sensei's shoulder. Nishiki, are you there? Is Tenju-sensei with you too? The voice that reached us belonged to Akira. Kuhuin-san. Thank goodness. We were locked in. Please open it right now. Tenju-sensei pushed me aside and dashed to the door. She was in such a state that she didn't care if we were caught together anymore. Hang on, Ryu-chan-sensei. Nikki, I'll unlock the door now. Finally, the door opened. Ryu-chan-sensei and Nikki, found. Mayuzuma-san pointed with high spirits. Thank you. Tenju-sensei bolted outside as if her life depended on it. Sensei, why are you in such a hurry? Akira looked at us with a puzzled expression. Ah, I see. Nikki, were you doing something naughty with Ryu-chan sensei? I tried, but I got rejected. I came out nonchalantly and joked around. There's no way that happened. Sensei immediately denied it. Nishiki, you're the worst. Sensei is totally creeped out. Akira's face was terrifyingly expressionless. Kuhuin-san, please don't take Nishiki-kuen's words seriously. But Sensei, your face is all red. Akira narrowed her eyes as if trying to discern the truth. It's just that it was hot in there. I got too excited and raised the temperature of the gym storage. I bluffed boldly to protect Sensei. Ah, this kind of response is putting myself last again. Wow, Nikki, you beast. Mayuzuma-san laughed heartily. First of all, Nishiki, why were you locked in there with Sensei? Ignoring my words, Akira asked in a stern voice. It was just an accident. We were cleaning up inside and got locked in without anyone noticing. I noticed Sensei looking restless beside me. She wanted to leave as soon as possible, but she was conflicted about doing anything reckless in front of her students. Seeing her like this, I came up with an excuse on the spot. Sensei, please go ahead. I'll lock up and return the key later to the staff room. Please take care of it. Trusting my eye contact, Tenju-sensei hurried out of the gym. Hey, Nikki, are you sure nothing happened? Ririka's love-sniffing skills are like a police dog's, and they're telling me something suspicious. Once it was just the three of us, Mayuzuma-san approached me with a suggestive look. Mayuzuma-san, imagine if a guy came onto you while you were desperately holding it in to use the restroom. Go die. Right. Ah, I guess so, that makes sense. It's absolutely impossible. Of course, that's the case. There's no way Tenju Ryu and I would be considered a match to anyone looking from the outside. Both of them naturally thought the same. Unless decisive evidence appeared right before their eyes, no one would suspect anything between me and Sensei. What a disaster, right? Honestly, I'm saved. I'm glad you figured it out. I tried contacting you so many times but got no response, so I came back to school. Then I found your bag left in the classroom. That's why I went to the staff room to ask Tenju-sensei, but Sensei hadn't returned yet either. That's how I found you. Sorry for the trouble. Apologize by treating us to lunch. That's right. Ririka and her are your lifesavers. Gladly. Of course, today of all days, I obediently agreed. Interlude 2. Almost first kiss. Excuse me, I need to borrow the bed. Oh, what's wrong, Tenju-chan? I'm not feeling well. Is there such a thing as being energetically unwell? Omori-sensei, an attractive tomboy and slightly older school nurse, languidly lent me a bed. When we go out for meals privately, she speaks to me in a more casual tone. I pulled the curtain shut and covered myself with the sheets, feeling like I was about to explode with embarrassment. I let out a silent scream while burying my face in the pillow. That was close. I was almost completely swept away. At that moment, I had completely prepared myself to be kissed. I had accepted that it was going to happen. I found myself unconsciously touching my lips with my fingertip. If Unagi-kun hadn't stopped me, he would have taken my first kiss. I'm sure it would have felt nothing like the touch of my own finger. Just imagining the unknown feeling of a kiss made my heart race. I mean, I was worried about you. Hearing about his circumstances with his stepsister, I impulsively hugged him. It must have been my maternal instincts kicking in. I felt an uncontrollable sense of affection for him. Forgetting that I was a teacher, I reverted to being just a woman. I was acting on the impulse to protect this child. That's way too bold for you. I didn't even know who I was talking to. Even lying down, I couldn't shake off the tension and excitement. Even though nothing happened, the lingering sensations in my body didn't fade. Who's the one losing control here? Intense self-loathing. This is a school. No matter even it's just the two of us, there are lines that must not be crossed. Hey, Tenju-chan, are you okay? Do you want some water? Omori-sensei called out to me. Ah, sorry, I'll take it. Okay, I'm coming in. As she drew back the curtain, Omori-sensei gasped upon seeing my face. Whoa, what happened? Do you have a cold? Your face is all red, and you're drenched. With my makeup ruined by sweat and tears, my face must look a mess. Omori-sensei handed me a bottle of water and went to get some tissue paper. Drinking the cold water soothes me, and I finally feel somewhat human again. Sorry, I might have dirted the pillow or something. That doesn't really matter, but what happened? Along with the tissue box, she also handed me a thermometer. How kind. I'm just overwhelmed by a shocking event. I try to regain my composure. Still, it's unfair how a beauty like you still looks beautiful even in such a state. So, what happened? I'm here if you need to talk about it. Did you find out your favorite idol has a girlfriend? No, that's not it. Did something unfortunate happen to your family? If my beloved grandmother in the countryside passed away, I'd be crying my eyes out. Did you get dumped by a guy? I don't have a boyfriend. Right. But for an adult to be in such a state in the middle of the day, well, that's because. Or maybe you made an irreparable mistake on a test or something. The one being tested was me. And it was definitely a failing mark. The brakes of reason weren't working, and the accelerator of instinct had been pressed without my knowing. The feelings I had for him had become stronger than ever before now. That much was made painfully clear to me. Chapter 3: Pretend Lovers. Good work on the 3 days of midterm exams. Take it easy this weekend and don't go too wild with the feeling of liberation. Do everything in moderation. Tenju-sensei conducted the end-of-day homeroom as usual. Her composed demeanor showed no sign of the near-kiss incident with me. She seemed utterly devoted to her work as if her private life had no bearing on her professional conduct. I couldn't help but respect her mature behavior in the situation. As for me, I was still somewhat distracted. Just yesterday, I found myself lost in thought and earned complaints from both Akira and Mayuzuma-san while teaching both of them classical literature at the family restaurant. I owed them for their help and couldn't talk back. So, I silently accepted their scolding and focused on improving their scores. Of course, I also treated them to a late lunch. Though it wasn't just studying, we chatted quite a bit while making multiple trips to the drink bar. We ended up having dinner at the same family restaurant before heading home. Fortunately, they paid for the dinner themselves. We should just let Nishiki cover everything. Nikki's wallet would be flat as a pancake if we made him pay for lunch and dinner for the 3 of us. You're showing mercy even though you're Ririka. As always, the grumpy Asahi was even harsher, and the kindness of Mayuzuma-san was deeply felt. The financial situation of a high school boy not working part-time is always tight. Well, that's it for today. Class president, give the command. As homeroom ended, Tenju-sensei swiftly left the classroom. In any case, meals in my room will resume from this evening's dinner. It would be a good time to talk things over. I gazed absently at the passing scenery outside the window as I rode the train home, my mind inevitably drifting back to the almost kiss in the gym storage room. What a shame. Maybe I had just let a golden opportunity slip through my fingers. At that moment, if I had just gone with the flow and kissed her, I had intended to kiss her until the very last moment. When Tenju-san hugged me, I nearly lost control. I hadn't expected Sensei to make a move, and my reason was paralyzed. Alone in a confined space at school with an older, beautiful teacher and no one else around. The stage was set perfectly. Yet, I held back at the very last moment. The dazed look on Tenju-sensei's face just before she came to her senses as if she had been left hanging was incredibly erotic. That image was etched deeply into my brain, and every time I recalled it, I suffered mental damage. What would have happened if we had continued kissing? I couldn't help but think about it over and over. Should I have gone through with it? I resented my own immaturity. The answer still eluded me. Love is a seesaw game of reason and instinct. The dominant force within me constantly changes, causing an endless, thrilling fluctuation. Can I? Can't I? Is it okay? Just go for it. No, it's not okay. Okay, let's go. No, wait. But still, just do it. Such internal struggles never cease. This must be the thrill of being in love. I knew it, but it's tough. Without realizing it, my true feelings slipped out. Romance is strictly forbidden as long as we remain in a teacher-student relationship. The neighbor agreement is the very symbol of that. It's best to just patiently wait until graduation, drawing a clear line and sticking to a pure relationship. Even though I understand this, it's the sad nature of humans to still desire what I can't have. The more something is forbidden, the more we want to break the rules. I'm at the mercy of an allure of the forbidden. The risk is just too great if things go wrong. I sigh heavily. I don't want to lose the relationship I have with Sensei now. If something happened that meant I couldn't be by her side, the damage would be even deeper. Even if we met at school, I couldn't go back to being just another student who admires the beautiful teacher. To my own surprise, I found myself constantly thinking about Tenju Ryu. While I was lost in these thoughts, I arrived at the nearest station to my apartment. I finished buying groceries at the supermarket in front of the station. Tonight's menu is chicken karaage, just as Tenju-san wished. With shopping bags in both hands, I headed back to my apartment, only to find someone standing in front of my room. Ah, Yukuin. Welcome back. It was Kagaya, dressed in a sailor-style school uniform reminiscent of my old school's attire. Why are you here? I couldn't wait until tomorrow, so I came early. You're too excited. You should at least contact me before coming. What? I did send a message. I scrolled through my message history, but couldn't find it right away. Sorry, I must have missed it. Oh, you're unusually honest. Something happens. She's sharp as ever in the weirdest ways. Just relieved that the tests are over. Want to come in? Yeah. Honestly, Kagaya's presence could help keep my mind clear of any distracting thoughts. Once we're in my room, I start putting away the groceries in the fridge. Did you buy all these ingredients? Can you finish them all by yourself? Kagaya wondered at the excessive amount of groceries for someone living alone. I bought them as a distraction. You'll get fat if you eat too much. One of the perks of living alone is being able to eat whatever you want whenever you want. You still keeping in shape despite saying that? Kagaya says while poking at my side. Don't touch me without permission. It's just a little skinship. She replied while sticking her tongue out. Hey, I've been craving Yukuin's cooking. What are you making tonight? Karaage chicken. Yay, my favorite. I'm going to eat a lot. I thought you were worried about my weight gain. You'll get fat too if you eat too much fried food. Being faithful to my desires is one of my prides. Kagaya said cheerfully while making a peace sign. I couldn't help but admire her unwavering attitude. He who does not work, neither shall he eat. Help me out if you want to eat. Of course. After washing my hands, I quickly changed into my worn room clothes. Kagaya, use this apron. Thank you. Don't you need one, Yukuin? The spare one is in the wash. It's hard to stay clean when frying since the oil splatters, but it's fine as long as this is washed properly later. Wow, you've got the air of a veteran house husband. I've got a decent number of years of experience, after all. I've been helping with household chores since I was in elementary school. You're such a filial son. You could follow in my footsteps. Yukuin, you're so diligent. I didn't expect a guy around my age to be so good at housework. It's not like I started doing it because I liked it. I took out the chicken meat and other ingredients we bought earlier and started the prep work. First, we'll marinate the meat to season it. The marinating time varies according to taste, but I want it to soak in thoroughly today. Kagaya, grate the garlic and ginger. Leave it to me. We both stood in the kitchen. I gave the instructions, and Kagaya helped out. We used to make dinner together like this back when I was at home. My parents were busy with their jobs, and I took the initiative to cook dinner when I had time. Kagaya, who had seen me doing this, eventually started helping out too. It kind of feels nostalgic. At first, you were so clumsy that I couldn't let you handle a knife. But I've improved a bit since I started doing it with your mother, right? As she said, Kagaya's skills had improved significantly now. I guess so. Hee, praise me more. Come on. I miss the old days when Kagaya was standing next to me in the kitchen. I only lived under the same roof with this girl for about a year. Before I knew it, I had been living alone for a longer period of time. When a 7th grade girl becomes a 9th grader, they become an adult even if they don't want to be. How did your midterm exams go? They haven't been returned yet. How do you feel you did? So, I guess. How about you, Yukuan? Pretty good, except for Japanese history. Struggling with Japanese history? No, I'm aiming for a perfect score. Since when did you like Japanese history that much? I've started to like it recently. Teach me next time. That stuff is mostly memorization. You just need to put in the effort yourself. I'm not good at memorizing. With all the similar sounding names like which shogun did what, and something about the Fujiwara, they're too similar and confusing. The trick is to grasp the names in combination with the flow of events. You can make fewer mistakes if you can match their faces or images and remember what each person did. I can't because I'm not interested. You're good at it, Yukuan, so you teach me. There's some truth in that. If it weren't for the existence of Tenju Sensei, I wouldn't be so interested in studying it either. Maybe some other time. Can I count on you for the final exams? You'd come over anyway, even if I said no, right? You know me so well. We'd probably have these casual conversations every day if we were real siblings. Right now, I can spend my days peacefully. I wouldn't have to worry so much if only we could maintain this comfortable distance. Having lived alone, I never realized how much easier it is not to have to be considerate of others. But Kagaya easily disrupts that peace. Hey, is the reason you're buying so much because you're also making meals for Rei-chan? Kagaya suddenly hits the nail on the head. Only on weekdays. She's busy, so I'm a bit worried about her eating habits and such. You two must be close. She's my neighbor, after all. Are you being neighborly with Rei-chan because you're lonely living alone? There's an ulterior motive too because she's beautiful. Yukuan, you're the worst. Kagaya laughed at me as she said this. Most guys are just trying to look cool and act tough. Yukuan too? Of course. Is she coming over today too? If Kagaya doesn't mind. I want to eat with Rei-chan too. Since she was confident about it, Kagaya was entrusted with preparing the miso soup. Meanwhile, I sent a message to Tenju-san from my room. The reply came quickly. Unagi, good work today. Kagaya is at my place. Tenju-san, if you don't mind, would you like to join us for dinner? Rei-yu, I don't mind, but is it really okay if I come over? Unagi, the one intruding is Kagaya. Rei-yu, you don't have to say it like that. Unagi, it's also Kagaya's wish, so please come over if it's not too much trouble. Rei-yu, got it. I'll come over as Tumi Rei. Unagi, by the way, tonight's main dish is chicken courage. Rei-yu, we'll call it even for yesterday's matter with that. No more questions beyond this. Looking forward to dinner. With this brief exchange, my gloominess cleared up all at once. Being able to return to normal like this seemed to prove just how special Tenju Rei-yu was to me. Still, without becoming too complacent, I resolved to stay on my toes moving forward. Section. Tenju-san, or rather Tumi Rei, finally came home, and the three of us had dinner. I had made a mountain of courage, but we all ate them quickly and finished it off cleanly. I thought for sure there would be leftovers, but we ate it all. Unagi-kuan's courage was good. I'm so full it hurts. Yukuan, another glass of barley tea, please. We basked in the happy feeling of fullness while lazily watching a variety show on TV. Friday nights always felt particularly relaxing. Before we knew it, it was 9 o'clock at night, and a movie released last year was playing on TV. I didn't get to see this in the theater. Is it okay if we keep it on this channel? I haven't seen it either, so it's fine with me. This was really interesting. Kagaya said, apparently having already watched it. Then you don't need to watch it again, Kagaya. Why not? I want to see it again after such a long time. It's getting late, so you should be heading back soon. I'll drive you to the station. As I was about to stand up. I'm staying over tonight, Kagaya declared as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What? Mine and Tenju-san's voices overlapped in surprise. Hold on, you're planning to stay the night? Isn't it fine? I've already told stepmother that I'd be staying and brought a change of clothes. She was well prepared and had laid the groundwork. Where are you planning to sleep? Of course in Yukuin's bed. We're siblings, so it shouldn't be a problem to sleep together. My self-assured stepsister seemed almost like a criminal confident in her own justification. Next to me, my neighbor was at a loss for words. Kagaya's selfish reasoning had stepped on a landmine for me. Don't just become siblings when it's convenient for you. You and I are not blood related. We were strangers just a while ago. It's a big problem in society for a man and woman our age to share a bed. I'm sure she already has knowledge about the matters of men and women long ago. What the hell is she thinking? It's not a problem because there's love. In this case, that's even more of a problem because there's love. Yukuin, you're such a coward. Call me a man of principle. Sometimes, men and women need to abandon reason to become close. What kind of close relationship should a stepbrother and stepsister have? I can't keep up with this nonsense. Damn it, she had to bring up such a timely topic. I, too, wanted to create an established fact in the gym storage room and become closer to Tenju Ryu. Unagi-kun, calm down. This isn't like you. Tenju-san interjected, stepping in front of me. No, this is a good opportunity to speak my mind. I'm sick of being pushed around by Kagaya. It's about time she realized that we're not children anymore. I know we're not children. Why does Yukuin dislike me so much? Because you carelessly try to destroy what others hold dear. I was trying to maintain the form of a family by physically distancing myself from Kagaya, but all my efforts seemed to be in vain. All right, let's compromise. Kagaya-chan can stay in my room. How about that? Tenju-san proposed a compromise. That would be meaningless. We can't trouble Tumi-san. Why do you two always get along so well in times like this, Nishiki siblings? When we simultaneously rejected her idea, she twisted her mouth into a frown as if she couldn't comprehend our response. After much heated discussion, we somehow reached the odd conclusion that all three of us would sleep together in my room. Tenju-san mentioned she had a full set of bedding for when friends stay over, so we decided to borrow that. The two women would take the bed, and I would sleep on a mat spread out on the floor. I quietly reconfirm with Tenju-san. Are you sure this is okay? Isn't it going to be cramped for two people in a single bed? It's surprisingly spacious for two women, so it's fine. But it's no problem if it's Unagi-ku's stepsister. Besides, you two will be going out together tomorrow, right? It's more convenient to head out together. You don't need to be so nice to Kagaya. You're too strict with Kagaya-chan, Onii-chan. I'm still not used to being an Onii-chan, so it's tough. We decided to use the bath in Tenju-san's room. Kagaya went first, followed by Tenju-san, while I used the time to clear the table in my room and lay out the borrowed mats and bedding. Once everything was ready for sleeping, I went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. After Kagaya finished her bath, it was Tenju-san's turn. I took a quick shower in my own bathroom during that time. That was fast. You could have taken your time. Kagaya relaxed without any hesitation while leaning back on the bed. I didn't want to take a long bath and come back to find my room rummaged through again. Don't you trust me? I have made concessions. Everything would be fine if Yukuin would just come back home. Kagaya became insistent. Not that topic again. How many times have I told you I'm not going back? Your mother was feeling lonely because you didn't come to visit. Having a cute daughter is enough for her. She would be happier with a cute son. The Nishiki family will be fine without me. That's not true. Kagaya was unusually persistent. Who do you think I left home for? I guess it's my fault. At the time, even Kagaya, who had been fussing like a spoiled child, had to have realized. There's no need to force things back to the past. I have my life now. Kagaya, you're under the mistaken belief that everything and everyone will move according to your convenience. Her tricks won't work on me. Kagaya falls silent in frustration. This conversation is going nowhere. It might never be resolved if I'm not careful. If things stay this way, where will I find a place where my heart can settle and return to? Hey, it's late at night, so keep it down. Sibling quarrels at night are a nuisance to the neighborhood. The walls of this apartment are thin, so everything can be heard. Tenju-san appeared in her pajamas while her hair was still damp. She must have heard our commotion and came back without even finishing drying her hair. Sorry. I'm sorry. As long as you understand. Unagi-kun, can I borrow your hairdryer? Of course. It's in the bathroom. Thank you. With a businesslike smile, Tenju-san heads to the bathroom. The sound of the hairdryer can be heard through the door. I take out my smartphone, step into the hallway, and call home. Ah, Mom. It's me. Can we talk now? Yeah. Sorry I couldn't make it to the trip the other day, and thank you for the souvenirs. So, Kagaya came to my place and said she'd stay the night. We'll go shopping tomorrow. Oh, I'm used to taking care of Kagaya, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll come home when I get the chance. I'm fine, so please take care of yourself too. Say hello to my stepfather for me. Goodbye. When I returned to the room, Kagaya was lying on the bed with her back turned to me. Were you on the phone with your mom? Just making sure. Are you sure you want to do it tomorrow as planned? That's the plan. Got it. I'm sorry about earlier. I went too far too. But I really do want you to come back. Everyone is waiting for that. I don't respond. Am I the one being selfish? Suddenly, I feel that might be the case. But I can no longer easily imagine living peacefully together as a family of 4. When Tenju-san returns and turns off the lights, we quickly go to sleep. Despite being in the same room with the person I like, I don't feel excited at all. On the contrary, I felt somewhat annoyed that Kagaya so easily shared a bed with Tenju-san. Even if they are the same sex, Kagaya, you're being unfair. And with that, my body, which had stayed up all night, fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Section. Unagi-kun, wake up. When I open my eyes, Tenju-san is peering into my face. Oh, when did we get married? Being woken up by such a beauty is the best. I can start my morning in a happy mood. This is no time to be sleep-talking. Kagaya-chan is missing. What? When I wake up, indeed, Kagaya is nowhere to be seen. I thought she might be in the bathroom, but her bag and shoes are gone too. She must have gone and done something crazy again. It seems she left the house quietly while I was sleeping. Checking my smartphone, there's a message from Kagaya. Kagaya, let's meet on site at the promised time. Then what was the point of staying over? This is why I hate being pushed around by Kagaya. What are you going to do now? I'm heading to Odaiba as planned. She's getting a lecture when I meet her. Unagi-kun, don't treat her too much like a child, okay? You're taking Kagaya's side now? She is my future sister-in-law, that's why. It seems that Tenju-san had some conversation with Kagaya while I was sleeping. That's something to look forward to in the future. For now, I decide to change my clothes and start taking off my loungewear. Ah, you're changing here? It's my room. But I'm here. Please don't get excited over a guy's body or underwear. I won't. Her immune response to such things is just too cute. Or maybe, should we continue what we started in the gym storage room the other day? Here, how about a wake-up kiss? I won't do that. The person I like is so cute that I can't help but want to tease her. After changing clothes, I put on my backpack and left the house. I take the train from my local station, switch to the Romcom line at Shinbashi Station, and while passing through the Rainbow Bridge, I enjoy the panoramic view of Tokyo's waterfront area on my way to Odaiba. I arrive at the destination, Diver City, Tokyo, 30 minutes before the promised time. Looking up at the imposing white figure of the Unicorn Gundam standing on the ground, my man's heart is irresistibly stirred. I really want to look at it a bit longer, but I still headed to the meeting spot early. Persistent, aren't you? Go away. My little sister was being hit on. Even though Kagaya had an annoyed expression on her face, the 2 men in their 20s kept pestering her relentlessly. Shall I call the police? I spoke up while holding my smartphone in one hand. You're late. I shouldn't be late, though. Still, you're late. Kagaya quickly moved behind me. Realizing I was younger, the men became blatantly condescending. Oh, come on. Changing your attitude depending on who you're dealing with is so lame. This girl is still in junior high school. She falls under the Metropolitan Ordinance. Maybe I should really report you now. Hey, why are you talking with that tone? I'm this kid's older brother. Go away, or I'll seriously report you. I raised my voice. As the passers-by started to look our way, the men finally left the scene. Yukuan, thank you. Kagaya hugged me from behind while sounding happy. You okay? I pulled her away and faced my stepsister. I'm fine. I'm used to this sort of thing. That's annoying. Maybe you should wear clothes that are less revealing. I blurted out like an old lady giving advice. I wasn't used to bluffing, and I was actually scared inside. It was lucky they retreated so quickly. Gah. That kind of comment is seriously disappointing when I put so much effort into getting ready for our date. You look cute, and it suits you. You should have started with that. Alright, let's get our shopping done quickly. Ignoring Kagaya, I moved ahead. It's a date. Don't talk about it like it's some kind of obligation. Hey. Kagaya emphasized that it was a date and grabbed my hand. Isn't it hard to walk like this? A date is supposed to be like this. It's embarrassing to hold hands with my stepsister, though. Strangers won't see us as siblings, so don't worry. We're pretending to be lovers today. Pretend lovers? That's right. Just for today, don't think of me as your stepsister. That's a tall order. Just do it. Humming to herself, Kagaya headed towards the floor where the store she was looking for was located. So, why did you leave early this morning? Tumi-san was worried about you too. We rode the escalator to ascend to the upper floor. Once I actually stayed over, I felt too much at home in Yukuan's room. What's the problem with that? I just felt like I was really becoming Yukuan's stepsister. Kagaya seemed frightened. I'd welcome that with open arms. Kagaya turned around quickly, bringing her face close to mine. I don't like that. Don't move around recklessly on the escalator. Treating me like a child again. Paige, you can only say that for now. I certainly felt intimidated while standing in front of the place she had brought me to. The first stop was a lingerie shop. The store, usually unrelated to men and filled with pale colors, is crammed with various shapes and colors of underwear, making it very difficult to know where to look. Come on, help me choose. Kagaya grinned. That's impossible. What kind of style does Yukuan like? Sexy. Cute. It's hard to even look directly. Wow, you're blushing. I'll be waiting outside. I was held back even as I tried to escape. Don't be embarrassed. It's just fabric. No different from normal clothes. This small piece of fabric works wonders on men. You can check out how they looked when I tried them on. No, you're on your own. Look, here's a sexy one. Oh, there's a hole in such a place. Kagaya pointed to an adult design at the front of the store. Junior high school students are not ready for this. Is that so? Spare me the underwear, please. Kagaya looked satisfied with my desperate plea. Yukuan, it's funny how you treat me like a child. Now look at you. If you want to laugh, go ahead, I said, turning my back to the store. Your provocation was a great success. Now, wait a moment. While Kagaya was cheerfully browsing the lingerie shop, I wandered around nearby. The building had an open atrium, allowing me to look down at the floors below. I happened to spot the duo who had been hitting on Kagaya earlier. Amused, I followed them with my eyes and saw them approaching another woman. That woman. She looks familiar somehow. Her face wasn't clear because of her long hair and sunglasses, but even from a distance, her presence was unmistakable, and she is slender but has a great style. The men tried to talk to her, but she sharply dismissed them. Is that Tenju-san? Why is she here? Did she secretly follow me? No, there's no other explanation. There's no way I could mistake her. I called Tenju-san on the phone. Sure enough, the woman brought her smartphone to her ear. Hello, Unagi-kun. What's wrong? Where are you right now, Tenju-san? Ah, at home. Really? Why are you doubting me? Turn to your left and then look up. Ha! Obediently, Tenju-san did as I instructed. She quickly noticed me waving from above. What? When did you notice me? I realized it when you turned down those guys just now. How long have you been following me? Following you? That sounds so bad. I'm just out shopping on my day off. All the way to Odaiba. Where the two of us going to? It's just a coincidence. Even going so far as to wear sunglasses. I guess the sun is strong today. We're inside a building. It's also fashionable. Are you going to keep making excuses? I'm sorry. She put her hands together in a gesture towards me. Tenju-san, you really stand out, even from afar. It confirms that you are a beautiful woman. If you're serious about tailing someone, you should consider a more thorough disguise. Don't be angry. I'm not angry, though. I was just worried about the two of you and ended up coming here. Do you still not trust me? Nothing weird will happen. I'm worried about Kagaya-chan. That response was unexpected. Before I could confirm the true intention behind it, Kagaya finished her shopping and came out. I ended the call. The size of my chest has gotten bigger. There's no need to report everything. Oh, no need to report. You can tell just by looking. Yukuin, you closet pervert. Of course not. If I had the ability to discern cup sizes through clothes, I'd want it too. Before moving on to the next clothing store, I glanced down at the lower floor. Tenju-san's figure had already disappeared. While accompanying Kagaya in choosing her clothes, I can't help but search for Tenju-san out of the corner of my eye. Every time I spot her hiding and observing from a position that's out of my line of sight, I send her a message. It's like a game of hide and seek. Ryu, I thought I wouldn't be found this time. Unagi, I saw a subtle reflection in a nearby mirror. Ryu, that's annoying. Next time for sure. It seems Tenju-san is quite enjoying this kind of exchange. However, someone as conspicuous as her is not suited for hide and seek. Unagi, maybe you'd be less noticeable if you pretended to be a mannequin. Hey, Yukuin, are you listening? Which color suits me better? Kagaya was holding dresses of different colors in each hand. Either one would suit you. That's not helpful. I want to know the specific reasons why you recommend one. Just wear what you like. You're the one wearing it, Kagaya. I want you to say you like it, Yukuin. Women's fashion is more difficult than men's due to the wider range of choices. I can barely make a judgment if something is extremely ill-fitting, too flashy in color or pattern, or doesn't fit right, but when it comes to combining items, I don't know what to say. After all, with Kagaya's looks and figure, she can pull off most clothes, and her choices mostly aren't off, so it comes down to personal preference. And I have nothing to say about a woman's clothing preferences. I think it's good enough if it suits the person wearing it. That's a vague answer. Then choose the one that makes you feel more excited when you wear it. I like this color, but I already have something similar, and the other one is. She was earnestly struggling to decide, holding clothes up to herself in front of the mirror. Maybe I should just buy both. If you can't decide, why not try them on and compare? Good idea. Wait for me. Take your time. I'll just wander around aimlessly again. Okay. With the two outfits in question, Kagaya entered the fitting room. In the meantime, I scanned the floor to search for Tenju-san. I walked around the men's clothing section but still couldn't find her. As I was looking around, I was suddenly approached. Wait, Nishiki. I turned around when my name was called and saw Kuhuin Akira and Mayuzumi Ririka. It's Nikki. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? That's my line. It's rare to see you two out together. I invited you out after the tests, remember? And you said no, Nikki. I see. I was surprised that we ended up in the same place. So, who are you here with, Nikki? Ririka. Don't pry too much. I'm curious. Surely, Nikki, you're not here alone. Yukuin, I've made my decision. Kagaya returned from the fitting room with a basket in hand. When Kagaya saw Akira and Mayuzuma-san talking to me, she suddenly became grumpy. Cool. Hitting on Yukuin? That's annoying. She didn't care that they were older. She put the basket down at her feet, seemingly ready for a battle. This rude girl, could she be Nishiki's girlfriend? Akira's tone was also slightly combative. The air around her was more prickly than usual. That's right. Exactly. Kagaya energetically lied. She quickly clung to my arm, trying to show how close we were. Why does she continue to act like we're lovers even in front of my friends? Are you trying to embarrass your brother? Stop it. It could affect my school life if weird rumors start spreading at school. No, she's my stepsister. Stepsister. At my answer, both of them exclaimed in a loud voice. Kagaya. These are my high school classmates, Kuhu and Akira-san and Mayuzumi Ririka-san. Even as I introduced them, Kagaya remained on guard. At least say hello. You don't look much like Nishiki. She's my stepsister from my parents' remarriage. Is that so? Going on a date together, you must be close. In the midst of the tense atmosphere between Akira and Kagaya, Mayuzuma-san's fearless attitude was really helpful. That's right, it's a date, so don't disturb us. Somewhat feeling better about Mayuzuma-san's response, Kagaya slightly softened her attitude. You're too close for siblings. Are you hiding something? Akira was straightforward in her question. Hiding what? I didn't understand the meaning behind her question. Well, Akira looked troubled as she glanced between me and Kagaya. Do you also like Yukuan? Kagaya asked teasingly, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. What? Of course not. Why should I like Nishiki? Whoa, you don't have to declare in such a public place that there's no flag raised. I already knew that, but I couldn't help but give a wry smile. Ooh, a merciless battle between women has erupted, said Mayuzuma-san, who had somehow come to my side. Mayuzuma-san, please stop them instead of enjoying this. Why doesn't Nikki mediate? It feels like I'd just be adding fuel to the fire if I step in. You know her, Mayuzuma-san said with a meaningful look. By the way, I met Ryu-chan Sensei earlier. I thought my heart would stop right then and there. Nikki, you look as surprised as Ryu-chan Sensei. That's funny. Hey, that explains why I suddenly couldn't contact Tenju-san. Did you talk about something? Are you curious? Well, if someone like Tenju-sensei is here alone. Did Ririka say that Ryu-chan Sensei came alone? My agitation led to a slip of the tongue. That's because I thought you would be the first to let me know Sensei had a boyfriend or something, Mayuzuma-san. Was I wrong? I tried to make that excuse on the spur of the moment. It was a bit of a gamble. If the sharp-intuited Mayuzuma-san caught a whiff of the relationship between me and Tenju-san, it could be trouble. Yeah, of course. Nikki understands Ririka very well. Mayuzuma-san, who usually speaks with a lively bounce, suddenly slows down her pace. Yukuan, I heard the name of another woman I don't know. Is she another Rei-chan? She interjects, leaping over the argument with Akira. Who's Rei-chan? Even Akira joins in. Kagaya, the person we're talking about is the name of our homeroom teacher. Akira, Rei-chan is our neighbor in the apartment. Her name is Tumi Rei, so we call her Rei-chan. Got it? They are two different people. I explained boldly to both of them as if Tenju Ryu and Tumi Rei were completely different individuals. It was the moment I maintained the most poker face in my life. The two should not be associated with the same person. That's fine then. In unison, Kagaya and Akira turn back to face each other. Anyway, if it's just a classmate, you should go quickly. You can meet him anytime in the classroom. You're younger, so why do you have to talk to me like that? Kagaya and Akira glare at each other. These two have terrible compatibility. Kagaya has no restraint, and Asahi is too blunt. They throw sharp words at each other, only escalating the situation further. Being older doesn't make you better, does it? You were just born a bit earlier. It's the way you speak that's the problem. The one who naturally tries to take the high ground has a problem too, you know. What did you say? What about tea? Nishiki is troubled because his little sister contacts him too much at school. She ends up telling her about my situation in the classroom. Now Kagaya is at a loss for words. Even if you like your Onii-chan, you should keep it in moderation. Why do I have to be told that by someone I've just met? Nishiki helped me with something I couldn't handle on my own. I feel obligated enough to help him out if he's in trouble. I see. Akira feels a sense of obligation because of that. That honestly made me happy. Again, Yukuan is helping others besides me. She glanced at me briefly. Nishiki is just too kind-hearted. Don't make him work harder than necessary. Akira nailed her with a strong tone. I know that very well myself. Then why don't you stop playing lovers? A stepsister can't become a lover. Akira pointed a fact. It was common sense, something everyone understood. Kagaya must have known it as well. But perhaps that is the very thing she least wants to hear. She believed that feelings would change over time if people physically distanced themselves. After a moment of silence, Kagaya walked out of the store. I quickly caught up to her and grabbed her hand. Leave me alone, Kagaya. This is a good opportunity for you to listen to me. I don't want to. I will always be your brother, no matter what. My feelings can't be anything other than familial. But it's also true I want to be your biggest ally. You're important to me, and I can't leave you alone. That's too one-sided. It's just like you. You are my stepsister. Then I wish I'd never become your stepsister. Stop with this childish behavior. You should realize you're causing trouble for everyone around you. When will you stop treating me like a child, Yukuin? I was so surprised that I let go of her hand. Yukuin, you're too overprotective. With that, Kagaya ran off again. If I started running now, I could just barely catch up to her before losing sight of her. I tried to follow, but I couldn't take that first step. The words she had just thrown at me were enough to slow me down. As I hesitated, a familiar figure with long hair swayed into my peripheral vision, chasing after Kagaya in my stead. I'll leave this to Tenju-san. Nishiki, aren't you going after her? Nikki, a girl's mood is as fickle as water. She might forgive you if you apologize hard enough now. Probably. If both of them chased after her now, they might run into Tenju-san, which would be trouble. It was entirely possible, especially with Akira's speed from her track and field days. I hurriedly stepped in front of the two, blocking their path. Wait. This is a family matter. You two don't need to go. Are you sure? I want to apologize too since I said too much. Nikki, you heartless guy. I'm disappointed in you. I scrambled for an excuse as they pressed me from both sides. I can't go into detail because it's a family matter, but there's been a complicated history leading up to this. I'm sorry, but I don't want outsiders to interfere. I made it clear with a firm tone that I wanted them to stay out of it. In fact, even I didn't fully understand Kagaya's feelings. Rather than doing something as lovers, I felt it was for the two of us to be cooking together side by side in the kitchen. I wonder why she can't accept us being siblings. That might be true, but... Akira didn't look convinced, but she accepted my point. Enough of this. Even a chance encounter is preordained by fate. Fortune favors the bold. We'll understand once we go, Mayuzuma-san said, ignoring everything and trying to dash off, but Akira quickly grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Akiaki, let go. There's no way this Ririka-chan is going to miss out on something so interesting. You've shown your true colors. Ririka, you are, for better or worse, shameless. Akira sighed. Having been tossed about by it on a regular basis, she was well aware of the blessings and annoyances of Mayuzuma-san's assertiveness. If Nishiki says it's okay, then I'll trust him. Akiaki, aren't you a bit too sweet on Nikki? Mayuzuma-san narrowed her eyes meaningfully. It's just your imagination. No way, these eyes of Ririka-chan can't be deceived. No, they're as blind as a bat. Akira said, flashing a peace sign in front of Mayuzuma-san's eyes. Gwa. My eyes. My eyes. Exaggerating much. I didn't even poke you. No, Akiaki's fingertips were filled with murderous intent. You were planning to crush Ririka's pretty little eyes with a stab. Mayuzuma-san puffed up her cheeks in anger. While all this was going on, Kagaya's figure had completely disappeared from the corner of my vision. Please, Tenju-san. All I could do was trust her and wait. Interlude 3. The victim of a safe first love. Kagaya-chan. Kagaya-chan sat with her knees pulled up to her chest and downturned face in the corner of the staircase. I gently called out after catching up to her. Rei-chan. She looked up with a dark expression. Can I sit next to you? Her shrinking figure resembled that of a lonely small child. As I quietly took a seat beside her, she asked, Why are you here? I was worried about you, so I secretly followed. I'm sorry. Are you here to take me back? No. Why don't you come home with me instead? You should stay, Rei-chan. Don't worry about it. Actually, I also feel out of place here. Hey, why don't we go for a walk and eat while we talk? Kagaya-chan gave me a small nod. I took her to the food court downstairs and bought crepes for both of us. Thank you for the crepe. It's fine, you're welcome. The weather was pleasantly clear outside, perfect for eating while walking. We strolled slowly towards Odaiba Seaside Park. Something sweet is perfect when you're not in the mood. It's been a while since I had a crepe. It's delicious. Kagaya-chan didn't respond to my comment. She was silently eating her own crepe. It's fine as long as she has an appetite. Rei-chan. I've been feeling so unstable. Kagaya-chan confided as the sea came into view. Unstable? I want Yukuin to come back, but there's a part of me that doesn't want him to become my Onii-chan. Do you like Unagi-kun? Yeah. And that like isn't just as siblings. It's fine when it's just the two of us. But when I see Yukuin happily talking with other girls, I suddenly get angry, and then, did you run away because you got jealous of your Onii-chan being taken away? Because I can't bear it, I end up causing trouble for Yukuin again and again. Kagaya-chan sank into self-loathing. At this age, it's still difficult to control one's emotions and actions, so people end up making mistakes they never even imagined and then dwell on them. It's impossible to be both a lover and a stepsister, isn't it? Her worries were quite sensible. This girl was capable of much more mature thoughts than her behavior suggested. It was precisely because she understood things clearly in her mind that she was troubled. Nishiki Kagaya was torn between the desire to become a lover and the wish to remain a stepsister. Both feelings were genuine. Yet, she could not choose either. It was a situation filled with heartache and pain. I understood it all too well. I know that Yukuin's affection is that of family. It's been that way from the beginning, and it never changed, no matter how much I acted spoiled. Thinking of Unagi-kun, Kagaya-chan was desperately trying to discard one of the two precious emotions. Is Kagaya-chan's affection different? When I put it into words for her, she nodded. I thought I had calmed down while we were living apart. That's why I decided to go to Yukuin's room during Golden Week to convince him to come back home. But I just couldn't see him as Onii-chan when we talked. Kagaya-chan murmured in distress. I wouldn't be struggling like this if it were easy to resolve. That was something I could say about myself as well. Involuntarily, I found myself identifying with her position. I knew all too well the pain of harboring feelings for someone you shouldn't fall in love with. I've always been alone because my mother died when I was young. I felt secure when I got attention from various people, but it was different with Yukuin. Just talking and being cared for wasn't enough. Even so, Kagaya-chan's barrage of affection didn't get through to Unagi-kun. Yeah, it didn't work at all. But he was always so kind. That's what you call unconditional love. Unconditional love. Kagaya-chan repeated as if savoring the words. Love that gives everything without expecting anything in return. Even among blood relatives, that's a difficult thing to achieve. Rei-chan, why do you think it didn't work out? By this point, I had my own answer. Rei-chan, if you understand, then tell me. Please. She clutched the hem of my jacket as if begging for salvation. Can I speak frankly, even if it's harsh? I just don't want to suffer any more over Yukuin. Understood. I'll harden my heart as well. Kagaya-chan, your approach is incredibly self-centered. You subtly guide others to like you, making them feel as if they are acting on their own initiative. Then when things go south, you play the victim and push the responsibility onto others. Just like you divided a family of 4 into 3 and 1. Kagaya-chan gasped. Being loved by many people isn't something just anyone can do. It's a remarkable talent. But I wonder how long that innocent manipulation will be tolerated. Adults should learn discretion. I deliberately chose harsh words. The reason Kagaya-chan could pour out her heart in a confession earlier was probably because she had realized her ultimate conclusion. No, but I was serious. She realizes as she trembles, albeit belatedly, the guilt of having hurt her Onii-san. If you wanted him to love you as a woman, you shouldn't have been satisfied with just being adored like a child. You should have thrown your calculation away and seduced him enough until he got overwhelmed by his desire. I whisper like a devil with an emotionless voice. Even I am impressed by my own act. But the real me lacks the resolve to attack or the courage to let myself be attacked. I despise the adult cunning behavior of making excuses for one's own circumstances. Yet still, I offer up advice that is too raw to be called advice, a poison. There's no way I could ever do that. Kaguya-chan was frozen stiff. This girl, too, can't keep pretending to be the pure innocent angel forever. But she has enough adult reason not to fall into corruption just because of desire. Love doesn't last if you only dream about it. It's messy, troublesome, and not easily resolved. You're an adult enough to know what you shouldn't do and can clearly see the line that must not be crossed. Most of all, deep down, you've long understood that Unagi-kun would never do such a thing to you. He is a guy trustworthy enough that you could rely on him and be spoiled without worry. For Kaguya-chan, who carries loneliness and solitude, he was a safe first love. I knew the strength of Unagi-kun's affection and reason firsthand. He's a man who can endure, ensuring not to hurt the other person, even if they are close. That's why I can say with certainty, Unagi-kun's character, his position as an older brother, and the family that was formed through remarriage, all these elements were used as stoppers to ensure that Nishiki Kaguya's selfish first love would never bear fruit from the start. I've always wondered why my first love had to be Onii-chan, but it's the opposite. Maybe I love him because it's unattainable. Nishiki Kaguya seemed to have an epiphany as if a spell had been lifted. Hey, Rei-chan. Maybe an unrequited first love is just practice for the real thing. I hope that's the case. Suddenly, Kaguya-chan ran to the sandy beach and shouted towards the sea. She raised her voice loudly, not caring about the many people around. It was as if she was trying to expel something that had been building up inside her over and over again. After screaming until she was breathing heavily, Kaguya-chan wiped her face with both hands. Then she turned around. If Yu-kun was driven away from his family because of me, I want to make amends. Everyone in my family loves Oni-chan. That's why I want him to feel assured and come back home. Kaguya-chan answered firmly with her eyes red. Has your heart stopped being unstable? Not yet, probably. But knowing the cause has made it a bit better. Yu-kun is a really good guy, a special Onii-chan to me, and that's exactly why we should definitely remain family. The smile that appeared was no longer that of a little girl. Kaguya-chan, I'm sorry for hurting you. No, it's okay. Thanks to Rei-chan, I was able to realize the bad things I did. The figure standing there was no longer an innocent child. She's willful, she's spoiled, and she gets angry, such is the adorable little sister of Unagi-kun. Hey, Rei-chan, do you have someone you like? I do. What kind of person? It's a secret, but we've already made an agreement about it. I see. Tell me about it someday, okay? The younger girl had set her sights on settling her forbidden love. Then, it wouldn't be fair if Tenju Ryu were to be treated as an exception. As an adult, it's important to draw a clear line. Unagi-kun is still a high school student. If he can live with his family, that's what he should do. Kaguya-chan wants that too. My personal feelings are insignificant, and everything returning to normal is clearly the most appropriate outcome for everyone involved. High school students normally live with their parents, and a teacher doesn't eat a student's cooking every day. Of course it's better not to have any secrets. Kaguya-chan, can you leave the rest to me? I've finally decided what I must do. Chapter 4 Reflections in the Evening Calm. After receiving a message from Tenju-san that she had met up with Kaguya and they were heading home, I decided it was time for me to return as well. Here, give this to your stepsister as an apology. It was immature of me to act that way towards a junior high schooler. Akira had gone out of her way to purchase the clothes that Kaguya had forgotten to buy at the register and handed them to me. You really are a good person, aren't you? My internal assessment of Kuhu and Akira shot up rapidly. Despite her blunt appearance, she was compassionate and conscientious. Hey, Ririka also chipped in for half of it. Make sure you make up with your stepsister, okay? My Uzuma-san was as lively as ever, and I was grateful for her thoughtfulness. Thank you both of you. I'll make sure to deliver it. I packed the clothes they bought and the items I had purchased myself into my backpack. Make sure you hand it over in person. Don't just send it by courier and settle things with a phone call or message. That's right. There's meaning in making the effort to go there in person. Oh, okay. I'll take that to heart. The two girls seemed to sense my reluctance and firmly tell me to do it. To be honest, I was at a loss. I couldn't fully understand Kagaya's feelings. I had no idea what she was thinking or how I should approach her. If only our sibling fight had blown up so badly that I had an excuse not to visit home. Isn't it part of being siblings that you can fight and then make up? I don't know though, since I'm an only child. Nikki, you can be so childish sometimes. And so, I found myself with no choice but to return to my family home to deliver the clothes to Kagaya and make amends. I decided to give Kagaya a day to cool off before going back. Giving her some time to calm down might make reconciliation easier. Come to think of it, this is the first time Kagaya and I have really fought. Since it was Sunday, even if Kagaya went out, I could wait until nightfall at worst for her to return. The next day dawned with a splendid clear sky, and the temperature was rising rapidly. It felt like midsummer, even though it was only May. I finished my laundry and room cleaning in the morning. The clothes should dry nicely in this weather. Good morning. It's such nice weather, why don't we go to the beach together? You're going to come, right? You have to. Tenju-san suddenly invited me to the beach as I opened the front door. She was wearing sunglasses and had a dazzling smile. Her enthusiasm was a bit too much like that of a Gyaru. She was in full throttle, seemingly unable to wait any longer to depart. A large tote bag was placed at her feet, ready for an outing. You've been quite active these 2 days in a row. The value of a day off increases the more you become an adult. You'll be an old lady before you know it if you laze around. Do you know how precious 24 free hours are to an adult? By the time you realize it, free time is not so easily available. That's the biggest difference from your student days. She passionately preached about making the most of the weekend right at the entrance of my room. It was all so sudden that I hadn't yet caught up with her momentum. It's tough being a working adult, right? Wouldn't it be better to take it easy and rest? Playing is also a valid form of rest. Then, wouldn't it be more comfortable for you to invite some other friends? My best friend can't go with me today because she's at a barbecue outdoor mixer. Truly carnivorous, her. So, what about going alone? It's awkward to go to an area swarming with couples by myself. Getting hit on is annoying too. That's true. My heart also feels restless. She was approached by some people just yesterday, so I'd be worried leaving Tenju-san alone. But why the sudden urge to go to the beach? It's almost noon. It seems a bit late to be heading to the beach. I wanted to make up for missing out during Golden Week. By the way, we're heading to the Shonan Kamakura area, so we can easily make it a day trip. Tenju-san seems insistent on going today. The weather is perfect for an outing and it would be a waste to stay cooped up inside. Of course I'd be happy to go, but isn't that against the neighbor agreement? While I want to agree, I can't just casually ignore the rules we've set. A car is just a moving box, which means it's broadly an extension of a room, right? The first clause of the neighbor agreement is that the fact that we are neighbors is a secret just between the two of us. We're not breaking anything. That's quite a forceful interpretation. The main premise isn't violated as long as our relationship isn't discovered by a third party. In fact, yesterday was far riskier. Kagaya, Akira, and Mayuzuma-san were all together. It could have easily been revealed that Toomey Rei's real name is Tenju Ryu if we weren't careful and that she's our homeroom teacher. Compared to that, today's trip is safer. I'll be spending today as Toomey Rei. Going out with your neighbor should be fine. Toomey Rei, how convenient. It's a great idea considering it was just a name that she came up with on a whim. Well, it should be fine as long as it's not too close. It's unlikely we'll run into classmates we're traveling by car to a distant place. Moreover, I owe her a lot for leaving Kagaya in her care yesterday. I've already booked and paid for rental car. Come on, Unagi-kun, come with me. Please. She adds it as if to seal the deal. Clasping her hands in front of her face, she looks up at me with a pleading gaze that's hard to reject. Well, if you insist that much, Tenju-san. No man could refuse when asked like this. I may appear reluctant, but inside, I'm cheering with a standing ovation. I get to go out with Tenju-san. It feels like I'm getting a share of good fortune out of nowhere. Wait, stop. I'm Toomie Ray today, so any other name is off limits. It feels weird to call you Toomie-san. Then, just Ray is fine. That's not much different, right? Tenju-san casually granted me permission to call her by her first name. I'm not accustomed enough to dealing with beautiful older women to casually call her Rayu without any honorifics. Then, Ray-san, I'll get ready right away. Okay, I'll be waiting in the car parked in front of the apartment. This unexpected turn of events almost made me unable to suppress the grin on my face. In a rush, I threw my wallet, smartphone, keys, towel, and whatever else I could think of into my backpack. Remember, Nishiki Unagi, it's all about momentum. Hesitation is defeat. Once you've decided to go for it, enjoy it with all your heart and without fear. I'm a rare man who values neighborhood relationships these days. Section. The car accelerates smoothly and enters the highway. Perhaps because the Golden Week holiday had just passed, the traffic was relatively light. The car carrying us moved smoothly on the road. Despite the speed, the ride was extremely comfortable. The lively talk and the nice music selection on the radio inside the car also greatly elevate my mood. Sensei. Don't use that title. I corrected myself while pretending to be calm. Ray-san, you're really good at driving, aren't you? I was impressed as I sat in the passenger seat. It's surprising that she drives normally. I drive sometimes when I go on trips or return home. I thought you'd be more on edge, so this is a nice surprise in a good way. I'm an adult who properly follows the law. Ray-san seemed proud. Her implications seemed to reference the nature of our relationship, which made me chuckle. Her outfit today was summer-like. A sleeveless top with comfortable pants, a simple yet effective style that fully showcased Tenju Ryu's appearances. Her slender white arms gripping the steering wheel were dazzling. The sunlight is strong, so feel free to adjust the air conditioner if it gets too hot. I'll be careful not to heat up any further. Even though we hadn't reached our destination yet, my heart was quietly racing. Thinking about it calmly, isn't this essentially a date? We had coincidentally met at the local supermarket before and walked home together, but this time I was properly invited out. It was a completely spur-of-the-moment invitation, but all is well that ends well. Yeah, it's a date. I'd like to say it's a date. But why did you suddenly decide to go to the sea? I just like looking at the sea, and I was in the mood for it today. She serves as the advisor for the swim team, so it seems she really likes water. Hey, are you hungry? Let's take a short break at the next service area. I agree. By the way, why are there so many oddly shaped buildings along the highway? Ray-san casually tossed out a rather risky question, intending it to be light chit-chat. Oh, those are love hotels. What, really? She tensed up, her surprise causing the car to sway slightly. Oops, discussing this kind of topic while driving seems dangerous. Oh, I see. Interested? Wrong. It's just that I occasionally see buildings that look like castles or are strangely flashy, and I wondered what they were. Ray-san hurriedly explained herself. The innocuous buildings she had been glancing at had taken on a new meaning now that she knew they were places for intimate encounters, slightly altering the meaning of a once ordinary landscape. Maybe I had misjudged the choice of topic, so the conversation stalled. Glancing sideways at her, I saw her face turn red as she pursed her lips tightly. Well, let's avoid this kind of topic. I'm not very knowledgeable about it. I'm sorry for responding so seriously too. Anyway, shall we take a short rest? A short rest, I exclaimed in surprise, and she gave me a puzzled look. As Ray-san steered the car into the service area, I reluctantly explained that I had misunderstood taking a short rest for something else. Unagi-kun, you pervert. Yes, I can't deny it. I'm at an age where I'm very curious about it. Section. After safely parking the car, she stepped out and removed her sunglasses. Phew, safe driving all the way here. That's good. She stretched her arms high, did a big backstretch, and twisted her waist to loosen up her body. She really has a great figure. I can't help but admire her. Sorry for making you drive alone. I could take turns with you if I had my license. You can take your time getting it once you're in college. Let's go for a drive again then. Sure. Rei-san. I felt a slight sense of discomfort in that short pause. Well, driving makes you hungry. There are so many places to eat here, it's hard to choose. I guess we eat whatever we like. After a restroom break, we browsed the stores. You crave something sweet when you're tired, right? Let's start with soft serve ice cream. I bought 2 servings of soft serve ice cream and ate them on the spot. It's cold and the flavor is strong. I haven't had this in a while, but it's really delicious. Eating it outside feels the best. You've been in high spirits all day, haven't you? My neighbor never stops smiling. Is that so? I just have that feeling. It's a day trip. Why wouldn't I be excited? Or did you get car sick? I'm fine. It was just a misunderstanding. I took a big bite of my soft serve. She licked hers, savoring the taste. What should we do next? I want yakisoba and meat skewers too. Hearty food like that tastes incredibly good when you eat it in moments like this. I know what you mean. Just looking at it makes me hungry. It's dangerous. You're still young, so it's fine. Rei-san, you were gobbling up the fried chicken I made the other day. It wasn't gobbling, more like nibbling. It was delicious, after all. I'll happily make it for you anytime if you like it. Anytime, I'd gladly show off and even improve my cooking skills for this person. You're a good man. I wouldn't be embarrassed to take you anywhere. The person I like smiled gently. Somehow, her composed expression seemed more mature than when I looked up at Tenju Ryu in the classroom. It's strange since her age hasn't suddenly changed. Normally, I'd be captivated by her beauty, but instead, her presence felt distant. Unagi-kun? What's wrong? Did I praise you too much? She waved her hand in front of my face. Her slender white fingertips were captivating. That's right. I got carried away and spaced out. You can sleep in the car if you want. Being the driver's conversation partner is the duty of the person in the passenger seat. Take it easy. Sleep is important. It's my first time being this close to Rei-san for such a long time outside of a bed, so of course I'm nervous. I laughed teasingly. Correction. There was no need for me to be considerate of you. That's easier, isn't it? I won't deny it. At the very least, I don't think you'd invite someone you dislike for a drive, right? She turned her face away as if embarrassed. Section. We've arrived safely. It's the sea. After driving for just under an hour, we finally reached our destination, the sea. The ocean view that filled our sight was brimming with a sense of freedom. The sparkling sunlight, the ever-changing sea, the sound of the waves crashing, the salty breeze, the feel of the sand. Everything seems extraordinary. Lured by the heat that seemed to have jumped ahead to full summer, the beach was crowded with people. Locals and tourists from far away like us were already in their swimsuits playing in the sea, and several surfers were riding the waves. The sight of them gliding down the waves was amazing. We parked the car in the parking lot and walked along the beach. I guess it's really crowded today. Looking at it makes me want to swim. She was fidgeting beside me. I understood the feeling. Did you bring a swimsuit? I didn't bring one today, actually. It's the proper attire for the beach. Isn't it a bad manner to forget it? What's the real reason? I wanted to see you in a swimsuit again. It's Nishiki Unagi's cry from the soul. The image of Tenju Ryu entering the bathroom in her swimsuit was still etched clearly in my mind. Seriously a sight for sore eyes. You could see it any time if you join the swim club. Wouldn't you dislike it if I joined with such ulterior motives? You know that. Have you changed your mind? But that doesn't mean you can't look at other women in swimsuits. With today's crowd, they'll jump into my line of sight whether I want them to or not. Are you saying I should walk with my eyes closed? Then don't stare. That's a modest concession. Do you really want to see women in swimsuits that much? I want to see Rei-san in a swimsuit. An honest man. It's better than being a liar. There are limits. I'm actually trying hard to restrain myself, you know? I know. But still, no. She forms a small X with her finger, smiling cheerfully as she declares prohibition. She's older but she's so cute. I was completely captivated by the gap between her dignified appearance at school and her charm here. I could gaze at her forever. It's Ray teasing play. Stop saying weird things. She laughed heartily while lightly hitting my arm. Unlike the neighborhood or school, there's no need to worry about the eyes of acquaintances here. Only strangers who don't know about our relationship are present. Perhaps this sense of liberation is what makes my heart feel lighter than usual. Humans fundamentally dislike being made to endure something. Yet, strangely enough, the interactions with someone you like can turn even that enduring into entertainment. Thank you for bringing me here. I smiled. The tension had dissipated during the drive, and now we were comfortably enjoying our time together. A strong sea breeze stirred her long hair. Her profile gazed into the distance. Long eyelashes, a high nose, beautifully shaped ears, a fine jawline, and the gracefulness of her arm as she held her hair. Against the backdrop of the shining sea, she looked so mystical as if she stepped out of a painting. Just looking at her, I found myself becoming more and more captivated. Well, it's a little late, but shall we go have lunch? When Rei-san turned around, her face broke into the easygoing Oni-san smile she always had. Haven't we been eating all day today? That's fine. Food is a legitimate travel goal too. And it's hot being under the sun all the time. That's true. We entered a nearby cafe. I'm not used to such stylish interiors, as I usually only frequent chain stores in the city center. The mature her doesn't seem bewildered at all by the staff's guidance. She must have visited many chic places like this many times with her friends. At times like this, my lack of experience became apparent, and I felt a bit embarrassed. It's tough to frequent places with such pricey menus with the financial situation of a high school student. The male and female staff who looked like glittering celebrities you'd mistake for being on social media casually served customers. The lunchtime peak had passed, so we managed to get a seat with a nice view. It's a perfect situation for a date. We placed the menu in the middle of the table and looked into it together. Unagi-kun, what's wrong? You've suddenly gone quiet. I'm just reflecting on my immaturity. What do you mean? I feel out of place in this place. Eating at a service area is different from this. You'll get used to it eventually. After all, you can go as much as you want from now on. Please join me again when that time comes. Ah, yeah. Her response was reserved. Of course, formally it's after graduation, I quickly added. Getting too carried away isn't good either. I have no intention of breaking the appearance of strictly adhering to the neighbor agreement. Still, being able to spend the holidays together like this is special to me. Well, we can't go to the sea every time. With that, I called over the waiter to place our order. While waiting for the food to arrive, I took the opportunity to thank her for yesterday. Thank you for taking care of Kagaya. I had met up with Akira and Mayuzuma-san at that time, so I couldn't contact you. I was surprised when someone suddenly called me out from behind. Were you bombarded with questions by Mayuzuma-san? She did. Mayuzuma-san is really lively. Kuhuin-san, on the other hand, was rather quiet. It wasn't first thing in the morning, so maybe she was in a bad mood. Kuhu and Akira's mood and behavior are notoriously bad when she wakes up. She, being her teacher, knows this well and just gives a wry smile. From a distance, I saw you join the two of them and managed to keep the conversation going smoothly. Unagi-kun, you're pretty good. Rei-san, you also quickly noticed that Kagaya ran away. I was secretly watching from a distance where everyone else was. If Unagi-kun hadn't held them back, who knows what could have happened. I have to say, it was a nice assist. It would have been game over if everyone had run into each other. I couldn't, nor would it be possible to make Akira and Mayuzuma-san our accomplices. That was a close call. Keeping a secret is really hard work. I wish Kagaya would just quickly give up on trying to bring me back home. Then you wouldn't have had to use the fake name Toomey Ray. I couldn't help but complain a little. Still, You can't come to dislike Kaguya-chan, can you? The person I like sees right through me. Well, she is my cute stepsister. My feeling of wanting to cherish her is genuine. However, Nishiki Kaguya will always be my stepsister. Falling in love is out of the question. I'm in a similar position, so I feel somewhat guilty. She let out a self-deprecating remark. Please throw away that weird empathy right now. Your situation and Kaguya's are different. Startled by my sharp tone, she looks up. Sorry. Her expression clouded over as if a moment of weakness had crept in. I realize that the anxiety in her heart is merely hidden, not absent. I will protect you, no matter what. My resolve hasn't changed. What can a high school student possibly protect me from? Maybe I should at least propose to you clearly. What are you suddenly talking about? Rei-san panicked, leaning back against the chair. The eternal love you desire is about choosing that special someone and loving them for a lifetime. It's about making an absolute distinction from others and maintaining unwavering affection. Am I wrong? That's correct. But isn't it a bit too heavy? She seemed incredibly embarrassed after having her own desires. I think I understand the weight of it. You're getting ahead of yourself. The conclusion remains unchanged, right? There's an order and timing to things. How troublesome. That's why the number of people not getting married is increasing. Her reaction seemed indifferent to the idea of marriage. Wait, our relationship isn't just for fun, right? I feigned agitation. No, of course not. Then, recite Clause 6 of the neighbor agreement. Right now? Just do it. Come on. I urge her on, and she obediently answered. Clause 6. Neither party shall have a romantic partner until graduation. She said in a muffled, hesitant voice. I can't hear you. One more time. Of course, she repeats immediately. Important things must be confirmed multiple times. Clause 6. Neither party shall have a romantic partner until graduation. She answered loud enough for only me to hear. Nice. I feel like giving you a hug as a reward. I wish we could hug each other like we did when we added the 6th clause. It's so annoying how satisfied you look. You were so quiet just a moment ago. She blushes at what she's been made to say. Isn't this something we decided together? Or am I wrong? Yeah. Rei-san nods slightly. Rei-san, I wonder if other people think we're flirting when they see us like this. I suddenly find myself looking at us from an outsider's perspective. What? That's not okay. I thought we were just having a normal conversation. What if people at school find out? Is this really what she considers normal? Does she not realize how giddy she gets when her romance switch is flipped on? We've been calm recently, so it's all good. What do you mean by recently? Was it dangerous before? You didn't realize? I start listing specific examples from our time in the classroom. Like the incident with the strawberry jam or the mini Cold War that ensued when Akira's morning call made Mayuzuma-san point out that her spirits were low. I need to be even more careful than before. It's as if she's hypnotizing herself with a renewed sense of determination. The slip-ups are a sign of love. Adults can't afford to think like that. She dismisses my nonsense with a sharp voice. You're very stoic. It's a matter of professionalism. Even if Rei-san quits being a teacher one day in the future, I hope to become an adult who can earn enough to support a family. Youth is the embodiment of infinite possibilities. Dreaming is free. I simply want the future I desire. Thank you. But your financial ability and my working are two different things. Rei-san is firmly independent and doesn't seem to intend to rely on anyone. Her decisive attitude was reassuring. I said something tactless. Still, you need to keep that ambition. Having motivation is better than just making an aimless effort. It will change the outcome in the future, like with university entrance exams, for example. It's a painful reminder, but I'll remember it well. My motivation is your existence. Stop joking around. I'm serious. Looking at my face, she blinks repeatedly. I won't let this be just a spur-of-the-moment promise. If Tenju Ryu desires it, I'll take it seriously, whether it's eternal love or anything. I am firmly resolved to faithfully love only one woman for life. So, please be assured. I could say these words frankly without any hesitation. She covered her mouth with both hands, barely able to hide her bright red face. Section. The meal was delicious. Even after we finished eating, we continued to chat about this and that, and before we knew it, we had ordered dessert and spent about 2 hours just in the cafe. The sun had lowered since we arrived, seemingly approaching dusk. It feels better now because the sunlight has calmed down. Hey, let's go out to the beach. It's a waste just to look at it. As the day waned, the number of people on the beach had significantly decreased. We took off our shoes, rolled up our pants, and enjoyed the sensation of the cool sand under our bare feet as we approached the water's edge. It's a bit cold, but it's not so cold that you can't stand it. We walked through the shallow water while playing with the incoming waves. When the waves were weak, we ventured deeper into the sea, and when a strong wave came, we would make a commotion as we hurried back to the shore. Eventually, we started a sort of chicken race, seeing how long we could stay dry. Before we knew it, not only our ankles but also our calves got wet. The one who gets wet above the knees first loses, she suggested. And what does the winner get? The loser has to obey the winner's command. Can it include a naughty request? Within reason. In my mind, even dizzying pink acts are considered normal for lovers. Don't talk about your desires with a straight face. The sense of freedom at the sea is wonderful. It's only wishes that can be fulfilled right here and now. The game goes on non-stop until there's a winner. Ready, set, go. With that, losing was not an option. Both Rei-san and I took the challenge seriously, quickly judging the edge of getting wet or staying dry and moving swiftly. As we went back and forth multiple times, our lower bodies grew tired, and our stamina wore down. This was as exhausting as doing shuttle runs or side-to-side jumps. Gradually, the wet area on our legs increased, and the rolled-up hems of our pants got wet up to below the knees. You must be tired, right? You should take it easy. Rei-san taunted with her face glistening with sweat. As expected of the swimming club advisor, her daily swimming keeps her fit. You're welcome to give up any time. I stubbornly resist, but my knees start to give out. No way, what's the point of me being a younger guy if she outlasts me in stamina? You'll be completely drenched if you fall. Why is she so excited? Please go ahead and give up. Even if you get wet, I'll buy you a swimsuit. However, my knees start to buckle, and I almost lose my balance as my strength drains. The moment I manage to hold on, Rei-san pushes my shoulder, and I fall onto the beach. I couldn't avoid the wave that mercilessly approached immediately after. With a big splash, I'm completely drenched, even my pants soaked through with seawater. That's cheating. I didn't hear anything about interference being allowed. I protest as I wipe the salty water from my face. Competition is always ruthless. Adults are so dirty. Now, what kind of order should I give you? She smiles mischievously, so I impulsively throw seawater at her. A big splash drenches her upper body in one hit. Unagi-kun, that's a foul. You were the first to break the rules. What follows is a splash fight, and we both end up soaking wet. Section. We get up on the beach, and as I wipe my body with a towel I brought, I collapse onto the leisure sheet. Why did it come to this? Because Rei-san found it fun to challenge me to a contest. I won, and yet I have to get wet too. My bra is totally soaked. She lightly lifts her arm to check inside her sleeveless shirt from the armpit. The gesture seemed strangely seductive. We both need to be careful not to catch a cold. I'll prioritize taking care of you if that happens. We're neighbors, so it should be equal. There's something called adult responsibility. Hey, could you go buy some coffee so we don't cool down too much? Understood. Do you have a preference, like a latte or something? I'm in the mood for black right now. Now loser, go, that's an order. Off you go. Understood. I dash off and take out a black coffee from the cafe we visited earlier. The vivid blue of the daytime sky fades away, turning into an orange hue that seems to urge us to head home. The sun will set soon. It's probably about time to head back. I don't want to go home. Such feelings naturally well up inside me. If there were no school tomorrow, I'd want to stay overnight, not wanting to end this enjoyable day just yet. A sense of reluctance grows as I think about returning to the beach. From behind, her silhouette appeared somehow lonely as she gazed out at the sea. Even though she was simply huddled under a bath towel draped over her shoulders, she gave off the impression of enduring the end of something. Suddenly, I realized that I hadn't taken a single photo today. Every moment had been too enjoyable. I didn't even get the chance to think about preserving it. No, that's not it. It's because it's important that I unconsciously avoided it. If I captured it in a photo and someone else saw it, it would become evidence corroborating our secret. I always tried to prioritize those more important to me than myself. I thought that was fine. For their sake, it didn't matter if I put myself second. I've brought it. It's hot, so be careful. When I spoke softly to her, she was doodling in the sand with her toes. She had quite a knack for drawing. Thank you. You're very dexterous with your feet. I'm just bored. Let's head back after we drink this. We sat down on the leisure sheet and sipped our coffee. The warmth of the coffee seeps in, comforting our chilled bodies. While watching the waves come and go for a while, she starts a conversation. Let's talk one last time. About what? About you, Unagi-kun, and your family. Is that the real reason for today? I finally realized her true purpose. Well, yeah. That's sneaky. I can't escape now. It's a serious conversation. Did Kagaya ask you to talk about it to me? You can ignore her. No, it's me who wants to talk. Apart from the relationship between us, I don't think Kagaya-chan's attitude is the only reason you don't want to go home. Are you saying there's a problem on my end? I get slightly miffed. Kagaya-chan felt responsible for making it hard for you to be at home. That's why she came to your room wanting your forgiveness. Kagaya's feelings are voiced through her. What do you mean by forgiveness? And it's unfair for you to say it, Rei-san. It's something you'll have to face eventually. The more composed Rei-san was, the more it felt like she was meddling too much. Can we drop this topic? It's ruining our perfect day. As I sip the coffee, the bitterness seems to intensify on my tongue. The real reason you're rejecting Kagaya-chan is because you don't want to hear her apologize. I try to deny it, but words fail me. I couldn't just ignore it or laugh it off. Why is that? I don't even know. It's weird. If she apologizes, all we have to do is to make up. There should be no reason to refuse, and yet, I didn't want to admit it. Confused, I struggle to respond. Unagi-kun, you're a good Oni-chan. You're too kind, and if your cute little stepsister apologizes, you'll put your own feelings aside and feel compelled to forgive her. That's what you dislike. Why? The sound of a particularly large wave echoed. Because you, who have always been patient, have been holding back, and you've been angry inside all this time. Me? Angry? You act grown up, but you're not. You've been playing that role for your family. Who said that patience is a virtue? There's a limit to convenient excuses. A dry chuckle escaped me. It was ridiculous. The pain in Nishiki Unagi's heart that had always been trapped. The anger that never showed on the surface. Why do people get angry? Because they've been hurt. Usually, I just keep a calm face and let it slide. But not this time. Well, it's not just Kagaya's fault. It's been building up for a long time. I've been angry since long ago. Why do I always have to be the one to endure? Why do my parents divorce on their own accord? Then a new family I don't know comes along, and because of their whims, I'm the only one who has to go away. Words spill out like a flood once I acknowledge them. Once I became aware of it, the anger I had been suppressing burst out. I had just been pretending to forget, tightly sealing it away. The pain in my heart that I had felt wasn't going to disappear easily, lighten, fade, or erode. The one who was hurt carries the wound for years and continues to live. That's right, I admit it. I was enduring everything for my family. When I was young, I wanted to support my mother, and after she remarried, I prioritized my stepsister. To maintain the family structure, I was always the one who kept drawing the short straw. I played the good child, helped with house chores, worked hard at my studies, and always endured so as not to be a burden to my family. Why did she have to fall in love with her brother? I was really angry about that. You're kind because you cared for Kaguya-chan, so thinking of young Kaguya-chan, you left the house. That was my unknown, real feelings. Maybe I just ran away before my anger could explode. There are things you can't say because there's no escape in a family, and no matter how much love there is, not everything can be forgiven. That's natural. She gently stroked my head. She ruffled my hair as if I were a child, thoroughly and a bit roughly. The slightly rough gesture was actually comforting to me. I can't possibly reciprocate Kaguya's feelings, and there's nothing I can do about it. I wish I could just clearly hate her, but I guess I'm also a half-hearted brother. You've been too protective, and Kaguya-chan is a brocon. To outsiders, you two seem like close siblings. Don't say it out loud. It feels unsettling when things get pointed out objectively. That's what adolescence is all about. She said with a wink. I guess so. If you're angry but can't bring yourself to hate her, then someday you'll be able to forgive her. It's not just a normal sibling quarrel, and Kaguya-chan is already prepared for that. What about you? This means I no longer have to worry unnecessarily. No longer misled, we can finally be just siblings and interact like a normal family. I guess it's true how the person who knows the least about you is often yourself. The fact that I could say it as if it were someone else's problem was proof that the weight on my heart had lightened. Did you manage to feel a bit better about it? Thanks to the wonderful support from my neighbor. Before I knew it, her shoulder had been supporting me. If she hadn't made me realize it, my relationship with Kaguya might have remained misunderstood forever. No matter how hurt you are, it's better to have a place to return to, a family. From my own experience, you should do it if you can reconcile with your family. I couldn't forgive my parents' ways until the end. But you still have time. You have a family waiting for you. She looked at the evening sea with a lonely expression. Is it possible for me? Leaving it unresolved will only make it harder. Just make a decision and go for it. I'm scared of what might happen if it goes wrong. That's true for everything. Failure is scary. Even for you, Sensei. There's plenty of things to be afraid of. But recently, I've realized that just a little courage can change things. Sharing that courage could be a turning point in life, right? The neighbor smiled shyly, seemingly embarrassed. Even if it doesn't work out, I won't let you be alone. I felt a push on my back. So, go back to your family. Yes. I didn't understand what she meant. Did I hear that wrong? No, you heard me correctly, Nishiki Unagi-kun. You're going to end your solitary life and return to your parents' home. It was a unilateral conclusion. The words just wouldn't sink into my head. No, it was more like my mind was outright refusing to understand. My heart was terrified to accept those words. Do you understand what this means? The shock made the coffee slip from my hands, staining the sand black. Of course. Is it a joke? I'm serious. Tenju Ryu's expression was as unmoved as if she was wearing a mask. She denied all conversation, her attitude making it clear that persuasion was pointless. It felt as if all the happy times we had shared were turning to sand and being blown away. I felt a heavy discomfort as if my insides were filled with lead. My senses dulled, and reality seemed to drift away from me. Breathing became shallow, and I felt suffocated. Did you bring me to the sea just to create one last memory? Don't stay silent, say something. It's for the best. I can't accept that. Children need a family. What I want most is a future with you. That was an impossible dream. I've become sensible. Having my own student as a neighbor is just not nice. It's nothing but a risk. Her explanation was excessively dry. All of this is to keep the neighbor agreement secret until graduation, right? It's still May. You have nearly 2 years until you graduate. That's too long. It will be here before we know it. 2 years for an adult and 2 years for a child are different. Are you saying you can't wait and will find another man? I don't want to interfere with your precious time. I wanted to be with you. Nishiki Unagi's youth needed Tenju Ryu. It's impossible. It's unfair to withdraw so suddenly. I need to continue being a teacher. You're choosing your job over love. You can see it that way if you like. Thank you for all your help, but I'm fine now. You need to go home. Our life as neighbors is over." She spoke with formal courtesy. How can you say something so cruel? Clause 4 of the neighbor agreement. The neighbor agreement can be terminated upon request by either party. She stated it clearly. This will be carried out, and the neighbor agreement is hereby dissolved. Thank you for everything up to now. I felt as if the sound of the waves suddenly grew louder. But that was just my imagination. The incoming waves were very calm, and there was no sound of the wind. I couldn't pretend to say I'm sorry. It was too noisy and I couldn't hear you well. I frantically racked my brain for a way to retract what had just been said. It was futile. If she brought up clause 4, there was no way I could properly oppose her. Tenju Ryu is the type of person who doesn't bend once she's made up her mind. No amount of pleading pitifully or trying to invoke pity would sway her. When we first established the contents of the neighbor agreement, it was intended as a safety device that allowed us to sever ties without hesitation should any inconvenience or trouble arise between us. However, the situation has progressed since then. After our relationship had developed to this point, the casual nature of that agreement had backfired. She had already made up her mind deep down before inviting me to the sea. I could sense her painful resolve. Is it Sensei who will be sacrificed next in my place? Let's go home. It's getting dark. The conversation was cut off, and we returned to the car from the beach. I looked back at the sea one last time. On the horizon, the sun's lingering glow has completely disappeared. A sadness gripped my heart like the fleeting light going out. As the sun set, the sound of the waves became more clearer. The dim sky and the sea breeze felt unusually cold. Even though it had been so warm during the day, everything changed so much with the sunset. It's still May, not yet summer. Was everything that happened today just a dream? Was the sea I saw an illusion? Everything was sinking into darkness. Night has come. Interlude 4. Each their own way home. In the car on the way back from the sea, there was hardly any conversation. The sound of the radio continued to flow as if to fill the silence, but it didn't reach my ears. While concentrating on driving, I found myself wishing that we would never arrive at my apartment in Tokyo. That way, the time spent with him next to me wouldn't have to end. If so, the fun holiday would continue indefinitely. I'm aware of the contradiction within myself. Under the pretense of being an adult, I was sealing away my true feelings. Glancing at him next to me, he was staring intently outside the window. His reflection in the window glass still retained a hint of innocence. He is a high schooler, although it's easy to forget because of his usual mature behavior and actions. There's a part of me that wants to close my eyes to such an obvious fact. "Hey, Sensei, can't we just go somewhere else?" he murmured as he chased the lights of the oncoming traffic. Go somewhere, and then what? Something might change if we weren't teacher and student. A love hotel along the highway caught my eye. Could we forget the cumbersome reality and just be a man and a woman, ignoring our positions and ages? I want to be of help in your life. In any form, I want to support you. That's something that won't change. But the man sitting next to me is someone I care about, and at the same time, he is also my student. So, would you date me if I were an adult, Ryu-san? For the first time, he called me by my first name. Just that made my sunken heart feel like it was floating. I wonder. I'm not sure if we could start dating right away. Nothing changes then. But, after going out to eat a few times and listening to my complaints or something like that, maybe I could come to fall for you. If only as a sweet dream. It can be comforting, or it can reaffirm the emptiness. Nishiki Unagi and Tenju Ryu are surely connected at heart. What hinders that connection are insignificant yet significant elements like age and status. Things that will change over time. But that future feels endlessly distant to me now. To be so devoted and empathetic to a student's worries, Tenju-san, you truly have a calling as a teacher. That's the best compliment for me. After that, the conversation ceased. Just for a moment, I regretted being a teacher. Section. Unagi-kun, we've arrived. Ah. Sorry, I fell asleep. You were sound asleep. It seemed he had fallen asleep midway due to the comfortable vibrations of the car and fatigue. This place is. The place we had arrived at was not the apartment where we lived. Why are we near my parents' house? I got the address from Kagaya-chan. When did you two get so close? No, never mind that. Once you've made up your mind, you really go through with it thoroughly, right? His attitude seemed superficially back to normal. Make sure you talk things through properly. Dragging things out won't do any good. Straight to the point, huh? That's harsh. As if resigned, Unagi-kun unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Thank you for driving me home. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and took one last glance at the driver's seat. Take care. I watched his figure disappear around the corner. Alone in the quiet car, I let out a deep breath. I tried to calm my emotions to ensure a safe drive back. No good, no good. Don't even think about it. I chanted to myself as if to suppress my emotions and cap them tightly. I can't be your lover because I'm your teacher. But as a woman, I want to cry over the sadness of parting. If he goes back to his parents' house, our relationship as neighbors will end. My heart is breaking at the thought that we will be just a student and a teacher again. When I reflect on the long life ahead, I wonder how much time one can really spend with the family they were born into. Thinking like that, the time a child spends with their parents is incredibly precious. Especially since Unagi-kun's family is waiting for his return. He still has a place to go back to. A family that loves him. It's more unnatural for a teacher and student to live separated by just a wall. I can't prioritize my feelings alone, and I can't take away a part of his life just because I want to. This is correct. This is for the best. Because this is the right thing to do. I laid my face on the steering wheel, trying to convince myself. Physical distance doesn't necessarily dampen affection. But knowing we were neighbors has brought our hearts closer. How much that saved me. Just having him next door meant I could avoid the loneliness of solitude. Even though my head understands it's not right, my heart can't be deceived. I've long since fallen for Nishiki Unagi-kun. His younger, my student, and my neighbor, yet I can't help but see him as someone I want to be with. Unable to endure my emotions, I impulsively called my best friend. I told her everything about today. Giving up your holiday to solve a student's family issue, you're really playing the good teacher, aren't you? You're too kind. I don't feel like it's giving up my holiday, that's the problem. I'll join you for some drowning your sorrows drinking tonight. Don't you have a date planned? Any guy who gets upset over a sudden reschedule is a no-no for me. You're really struggling, aren't you, Ryu-chan? I think I'll end up making a fool of myself. We've been friends for so long, don't worry about it now. Female friendship is nice. It's because you're special to me, Ryu-chan. Thank you. But I'm really tired today, and I have work tomorrow. Even in such a terrible state, I end up thinking about tomorrow, such is the sad life of a working adult. That night, he did not return to the apartment. Epilogue. The place I most want to return to. I hesitated for a moment before unlocking the door to my childhood home. Even as I held the key in front of the lock, I found myself unnaturally tense. The familiar building was my house, yet I had almost no attachment or memories associated with it. I had left before I could form any. Having been dropped off here, there was no way I could just run away. That said, ever since I was told about the dissolution of the neighbor agreement at the beach, my mood had hit rock bottom. If possible, I would like to redo this entire day from the morning, and when Tenju-san invited me to the beach, I would firmly refuse. I wanted to somehow make this bad ending never have happened. It's an impossible wish, huh? Looking back, Tenju-san's car was already gone. My spirits showed no sign of lifting. And even if I went back to my apartment, Tenju-san herself would be right next door. Moping about in such a situation would only make me feel more miserable. While I was hesitating, the door opened from the inside. Yukuen, you've arrived. Kagaya greeted me with a nervous expression. Hey. It's been since yesterday. By now, even the fight with Kagaya now seemed trivial. You look terrible. It seems like you knew I was coming back today. I heard from Rei-chan. So everything was already set up. I can't compete with that person. I'm sorry for leaving on my own yesterday. I was at fault too. Oh, right, I have something to give you. I presented her with clothes that had been left in my backpack. My friend wanted to apologize. And there's another from me. After Kagaya had left, I also purchased an outfit Kagaya hadn't chosen as an apology in addition to what Akira and Mayuzuma-san had bought. Ah, there are two. Looking inside the bag, Kagaya couldn't suppress her smile. They both wanted to apologize. Can you forgive us? I'll forg. This time it's a serious matter involving siblings. I don't want to be swayed by gifts and let it slide so easily, she pushed back. She spoke so seriously that it surprised me. What's wrong? Did that person give you a harsh lecture yesterday? She did give me advice. That's why I don't want to rely on Yukuin's kindness anymore. I'm touched by that, but the clothes aren't to blame. I'd be grateful if you'd accept them. Kagaya reluctantly accepted them again. Yukuin, thank you for coming back. Kagaya told me with a serious look. Sorry it took so long. It's okay. It was my fault. I like Kagaya, you know. I like you too, Yukuin. Mutual affection. But it's as family that you like me, right? Yeah. Kagaya slowly nodded her head up and down, humming in thought. I think it's probably the same for me. It's fun being with Yukuin, but I realized during our date yesterday that it's fun even if we're not dating like lovers. So, you can relax now. It seems so. Humans are strange creatures. Even when there are grievances, if other emotions outweigh them, the priority of anger diminishes. It's different from merely suppressing anger. The past itself can't be changed, but I've managed to sort things out in my present self. The joy of witnessing the emotional growth of my stepsister has somewhat alleviated my frustration. There's no need for grand gestures of forgiveness. Feeling that this is enough is fine. Yukuin, you're really too soft on me. It seems I'm somewhat of a Cisco after all. It suddenly feels creepy when you put it that way. My stepsister grimaced with an ew expression. You really have a way with words. Isn't it better to be honest? I began to understand why Tenji-san sometimes has trouble with my straightforward attitude. Keep it in moderation. This is Nishiki Kagaya. We're going to be siblings for a long time, so you might as well resign yourself to it gracefully. Maybe I should just go back. I turned around at the entrance. No. I made dinner and have been waiting. Hey, she said while grabbing my clothes in a panic. Is it okay for me to eat here? It's your own house. Of course it is. Then, I gratefully eat it, I said, taking off my shoes. Hey Yukuin, do you regret meeting me? Not at all. That much was certain. Kagaya, you know you can dislike me if you want. How many times do I have to say it? I want Yukuin to come back as a real Onii-chan. The Nishiki Kagaya I had been worried about no longer existed. I guess it's time to stop being stubborn and shy. Even I need to grow up at some point. Oni-chan has never been very adult-like. I probably would have denied it in the past. I misunderstood that suppressing emotions and behaving rationally was what it meant to be an adult. Without even realizing I was stretching myself thin, I was so full of myself that I thought that the image I was trying to present was the real thing. But since I started spending time with Tenji-san, I've changed. Just thinking about her brings a smile to my face. I'm still a child too. It's because I met a woman named Tenju Ryu that I can now honestly admit that. Hey, Yukuin, the person you like wouldn't happen to be Rei-chan, right? Yeah. I answered without hesitation. I see. Then, I definitely can't compete with that. You think you could win if it's someone else? Of course. My stepsister was brimming with confidence. Ah, so in the end, I've become the Cupid for Yukuin and Rei-chan's love. How can you even say you played the Cupid with a straight face? I'll be there to comfort you if Rei-chan ever rejects you. Then I'll take you up on that now. Be kind to me. What? Kagaya's face turned red, perhaps surprised by my response. That's just as siblings, right? Why are you getting so flustered? Of course. Come on, I'm hungry, let's go to the living room. Hey, Yukuin. What is it? Welcome back. I had truly, finally come home. I'm home. Section. My parents were overjoyed to see me at home, and for the first time in a while, we had a meal together as a family of 4. The table was filled with all my favorite foods. As if I had been eating here every day, I fit into this setting without any sense of awkwardness. We exchanged trivial conversations, and the meal progressed in a cheerful atmosphere. Thanks to that, I was able to distract myself a little from thinking about Tenju-san. After the meal, I left the cleanup to my stepfather and Kagaya, and Mom took me out to the garden. How is it living on your own? Have you run into any troubles? Do you have enough money? If my allowance increases, I might end up wasting it, so I'm fine. I'm enjoying myself in my own way. That's good. Remember, you can always come back home whenever you want. I just said I'm having fun, don't try to drag me back now. I burst out laughing when I'm told the complete opposite in a matter of seconds. You know, part of the reason you left was because of Kagaya. She starts to speak, seeming hesitant. Even though you were the one who first said you wanted to live alone, there's no denying that it resulted in putting some distance between you and home. Mom seemed to feel guilty as if she had driven me away. Feeling her regret deeply, I found it increasingly difficult to continue the conversation. Was it the fault of the son who rushed ahead or the mother who couldn't hold him back? Even as a family, we couldn't fully share our true feelings, and it became awkward to face each other at home, leading to a strained relationship. Communication is indeed a complicated thing. While the real son is important, I guess the new, still young daughter had to be the top priority. And so I took advantage of your kindness again. Helping each other is what family is for. You've grown up to be such a good boy. I'm proud of you. She praised me with her words, but her expression did not match. That's probably the best she can do. She hasn't fully come to terms with my living on my own, yet she understands it. Humans aren't omnipotent, and in reality, difficult problems are intricately intertwined, making it hard to solve everything at once. If you feel sorry, then instead, I have 2 favors to ask. What is it? I've made up with Kagaya. Yes, I could tell from how you 2 were today. It's a relief for me too, but… Unagi, Mom, I'm going to continue living alone. I want to keep doing it. If that's what you want, then do as you like. Is that okay? Once you've made up your mind, you're the type to not stop until you're satisfied, right? And another thing. About the future, someday I might make a decision that will surprise you, and I want you to celebrate it. Do you have such plans? That depends on how hard I work. All right. I'll accept whatever you do, Unagi. You agreed pretty easily. Unagi, the one who has been helped the most by you is none other than your mother. It's only natural for me to trust it unconditionally when it comes to you. Thank you. Parents are actually happy to be inconvenienced a little. It means they can stay involved as their children grow up. You're a model mother. It's just love. You've always been so smart and reliable that I'm sorry for making you share my worries. Fortunately, I felt my parents' love, so I grew up without going astray. Yes, you are my treasure. I am taken aback. Do mothers say such things to their high school son? I'll say the same thing even when you have gray hair. Yeah, well, no matter what, it seems I'll always be this person's son. So, what kind of decision? It wouldn't be fun if I told you right now. I'm curious though. It seems that's not enough to satisfy her. This is a good opportunity. A little preamble wouldn't hurt. Mom, I have someone I like right now, and I'm serious about it. I think of her as an irreplaceable and precious person to me. Head over heels, huh? I didn't know you had such a passionate side. It's because that person encouraged me that I could come home like this. To think I'm having a love talk with Unagi. Mom looks at me with deep emotion. It's embarrassing to talk about such things with your own mother, isn't it? It's kind of nice. It feels fresh. This is the only time. I'm always welcome to your love consultations. No, this is the only time. If there's a next time, it would only be if my current love falls apart. Is your partner the neighbor from the apartment? She hit the nail on the head. How did you know? Because I'm your mother. Someday, I'd like to greet this neighbor of yours if there's a chance. Mom didn't pry further, but she seemed very interested. Well, Maybe it'll be okay once I graduate from high school. I answered with a faint hope. Section. It was late, so I decided to stay the night at my parents' house. After taking a bath, I put on the pajamas left at home and noticed they were a bit short. My room seemed to have been cleaned in anticipation of my stay, and the bed was neatly made. We also had a lavish dinner, as if my return home was some grand event. Everything's taken care of. At my apartment, I have to do everything myself. I can really appreciate the comfort of having someone take care of things around me. Home is wonderful. I lie down on the bed, reflecting on the long day full of events. It's definitely different from my own room. Even though I used to wake up here every day until I graduated from junior high school, it doesn't feel like my own space anymore. The place where I truly live now revolves around the apartment where Tenju-san lives next door. When I'm alone, the misery of my situation comes crashing down on me. Did she dump me? What was a fun beach date turned into being cast into hell. In the perfect setting of a sunset at the sea, the worst was revealed to me. It felt like the despair of being dumped by a lover. The sudden situation was almost like a nightmare, and the ride home left me feeling like I was dying. I could hardly bear to look at Tenju-san's face. Eventually, the fatigue and the car's vibrations lulled me to sleep. Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to endure the heavy silence inside the car if I had stayed awake. Even after such an awkward conversation, riding back in the same car felt like torture. Something doesn't sit right with me. Wait a second, Tenju-san and I weren't even dating. Is dumped really the right word? Emotionally, it's a complete heartbreak though. Part of the reason I spoke so boldly to my mother like that was to encourage myself as well. The neighbor agreement is a rule to help each other out in life and to refrain from becoming lovers until graduation, right? What does it mean to end that restraint? Is it like saying we're free to do as we please? Even now, my inability to give up turns to positive thinking. Have we gone back to square one in our relationship? No, that's not it. She just proposed to end the neighbor agreement. That's the fact. We've returned to being just neighbors, indifferent and non-interfering, like before the food sharing started. But then, why do I feel like I've been dumped? Looking back calmly, it doesn't make sense. It was probably just the situation I was told about and the atmosphere emanating from Tenju-san that made me feel that way. Tenju-san never said she started to dislike me. Then what was all that heavy atmosphere from Tenju Ryu about? A beautiful person has a strong influence. When someone who is usually bright emits an unusually gloomy aura, it inevitably affects you. Even I, who was used to interacting with her daily at the apartment and school, had never encountered such a seriously downcast Tenju Ryu. I quickly sat up and slapped my own face with both hands. Get a grip, Nishiki Unagi. From the car to the sea, Tenju-san had the upper hand in everything today. You just let yourself be swept along too easily. The pain in my cheeks served as a wake-up call. I was completely fooled by Tenju Ryu's clumsy acting. I thought it was strange to suddenly be invited to the sea the day after. Yet, the prospect of having a date with Tenju-san on a day off made me so happy that I overlooked the small sense of discomfort. A romantic who wants to believe in eternal love wouldn't just give up on me for their own convenience. The guilt was so obvious, and yet I was angry at my own lack of perception. The Tenju Ryu I know would never do such a cheap trick. The only reason she would forcefully terminate our neighbor agreement, knowing it would hurt me, is clear in my mind. It has to be 100% about Kagaya. She listened to the story, took sides too much, and even politely dropped me off at my parents' house. If my family relations were restored, there would be no need for me to live alone. If we're no longer neighbors, our relationship will end too. Jumping to conclusions again. That must have been the ending Tenju Ryu saw coming. If we were no longer neighbors, this love couldn't be maintained. So she ended it first. Despite being sad herself, she prioritizes the convenience of others without a second thought. That's why I can't leave her alone. Tenju-san is too dedicated to her students. By doing so, she's wearing herself down unnecessarily. If I don't support her, she'll revert back to a life with a lowered quality of life. She will cry over a plain curry rice meal. I can almost picture her crying alone in her small one-room apartment. There's no way I can let her be alone. All of this is my imagination. It might be a convenient interpretation, but somehow, I felt like I understood what Tenju Ryu was thinking. Section. The next day, I returned to my apartment early in the morning. When leaving the house, my family saw me off, and my parents indirectly urged me, "When will you come back next? Let's talk about the next family trip. Please say hello to Rei-chan. Tell her I'm grateful." Got it. And also tell her, I'll entrust Yukun to you, Reo-nichan. Kagaya also entrusted me with a message. I returned to my local station before the rush hour of commuting to work and school. While dashing through the closed shopping street, I made my usual morning call to Akira. "Are you outside right now?" Akira guessed my situation as soon as she answered the phone. "Yeah." "Why? Are you going to school already?" "I went back to my parents' house. Now, I'm just returning to change clothes." "It's a walk of shame, huh? The way you say it. Did you manage to give it to your stepsister?" "Yeah, thanks to you." She was happy. And she apologized. "We're even then. I think Kagaya will be calmer the next time you meet her, so please don't dislike her too much." "It's not that I hate your stepsister, Nishiki." "That's good to hear. Just go easy on her." "Nishiki, do you always think I'm angry?" "You don't. I choose my battles and the situations. You could be a bit nicer to me too, you know. How can you think I'm not being nice? Isn't that the case? Don't turn it into a question." Her voice suddenly became sharp. "See, you sound angry. You're just too dense, Nishiki." "About what?" "That's exactly what I'm talking about." The call was abruptly ended. I hurried through the residential area and finally arrived back at my own apartment. Just as I did, Tenju Ryu came out of her room. Even from a distance, I could tell she looked downcast. She didn't seem to notice me approaching. "Good morning, Sensei." Tenju-san froze in surprise. "This isn't a dream, is it?" Since we had just seen each other yesterday, Tenju-san looked visibly uncomfortable. She acted awkwardly and tried not to look at me much. "Are you fully awake? Have you had breakfast?" I overslept and just barely made it." "You're hopeless without me, aren't you?" "How rude." "That's not true." It was obvious that she was just pretending. It would be problematic if things reverted to how they were before the neighbor agreement. "You went to a lot of trouble for me yesterday. Have you made up with Kagaya-chan?" "Yes." "And did you talk to your family?" "Thanks to you, we were able to spend time together as a family." "That's good to hear." "It's all thanks to you, Sensei." "Thank you very much. I only did what a teacher should do." She said it proudly, but it seemed a bit awkward. "Sorry, I have to catch a train, so I'll be going ahead." Tenju-san abruptly ends the conversation and starts heading towards the station as if trying to shake everything off. I won't just silently watch her as she walks away. I have one more thing to say. I will continue living alone, so please continue to look after me from now on. I casually convey the conclusion of the family meeting that took place last night. I don't want to needlessly take up the time of a busy working adult, so I keep it brief. Now, I too must return to my room and change into my uniform. "Wait a second. What did you just say?" She hurries back. "Aren't you going to be late?" "Never mind that, just answer me." I said I'm going to continue living alone. I answer, feeling overwhelmed by Tenju-san's stern look. "You're not going back to live with your family. Did I do something wrong to make her this angry?" "Yes, that's the plan. At least until I graduate. And your family is okay with that?" "I'll visit home more often than before, but other than that, it'll stay the same as it has been." Upon hearing my answer, Tenju-san seems to lose her spirit and staggers backward. "Tenju-san, are you okay? Are you feeling dizzy? Do you have any idea how resolved I was when I went to the sea yesterday? The one who went to the beach was Tumi Rei, not Tenju Ryu. That was just a pretext to take you out." She admitted it clearly. Perhaps she no longer has the energy to pretend. Tenju-san's true feelings are spilling out. Her disheartened look is kind of cute. "Is it a bother for me to return here?" "That's not what I meant. Is there a problem? There's no longer a reason for you to live alone. Yet, if I just accepted that easily, it wouldn't be fair to Kagaya-chan. I have a message from Kagaya. I'll entrust Yukuan to you, Ryo-nichan. Really? If you can't believe it, please confirm with her yourself. Those words seemed to have resolved Tenji-san's inner conflict. I came back to my family just as you told me to. I grabbed her shoulders and told her directly while looking her straight in the eye. What? Being with you is when I can be at ease the most. I can be the real Nishiki Unagi without lying to myself. There's no one else like that for me. Even if there are moments when we need to be considerate, it never becomes exhausting. There are still differences in our positions and ages that would make us conscious, but those are trivial in the grand scheme of a long life. By the time I graduate from high school, it won't bother me anymore. So, what you mean is, to me, Tenju Ryu is more family than family itself. Isn't that jumping to conclusions? Isn't that what believing in eternal love is about? What do you mean by that? She's particularly slow on the uptake today. That means, ultimately, it's about getting married, right? You know, like at weddings, they often ask if you vow eternal love. Wait, is that not it? I had thought that vowing eternal love, if taken literally, meant getting married. It's incredibly embarrassing to say something that sounds like a proposal first thing in the morning. But I have to make my point clear now to prevent any unilateral decisions that would disregard my feelings in the future. No, it's not wrong. But it's too sudden when you put it that way. Her face turned bright red, and she was extremely flustered. Family isn't just about the relationships we're born into. It can also be created by strangers meeting and forming something new, right? I want to become a real family with you and live together. Now that it's come to this, I double down without any hesitation. I will leave no room for misinterpretation. My feelings won't cool just because our neighbor agreement was once dissolved. Tenju Ryu was in total panic. Her face turned as red as if it was boiling, and her eyes were spinning around. In short, the place I want to return to the most is by your side. From now on, Nishiki Unagi will live closest to Tenju Ryu. She was completely frozen, not moving at all. Not knowing what else to do, I let go of her shoulders. Unagi-kun, are you okay with that? Is that a promise? I won't give up until you believe in eternal love. Just now, I think I might be able to believe, even if it's just a little. I'll be in trouble if you didn't. I want to share this joy, but there's also work to be done. The person I love finally showed a dazzling smile like the sun. Seeing that face, I finally felt like I had come back home. My place is right beside her. I'm sure of it. Welcome back, Unagi-kun. I'm home, Tenju-san. Slowly, something glistened at the corner of her eyes. Hey, are you crying, Aga? Before I could finish, she hugged me. This time it wasn't a coincidental accident. Without a doubt, it was her own will that brought her into my arms. While flustered, I gently wrapped my arms around her back. What if someone sees us? We might become the talk of the neighborhood. It's safe because you're in plain clothes. To anyone who doesn't know the situation, it would just look like lovers reluctant to part. That's bold. Who do you think made me do something like this? Whispering to each other while embracing felt strangely fresh. Can I tell you something just between us? What is it? The excitement is too much. I don't think I can concentrate properly in class after this. Focus. I always try hard to keep my composure too. You don't seem to be struggling with that. Adults don't let their private issues affect their work. Then why do your eyes look so puffy? Did you cry again last night? Don't say again. And no, I didn't cry. She's clearly being stubborn. Then why? This is, well, it's the tears of emotion shed while watching a movie. Wow, that's amazing. To think you have the energy to drive back and forth and also watch a movie. It's because I keep fit by swimming. That's taking the swimming cure-all theory a bit too far. Did you miss me when I wasn't next to you? I asked out of curiosity. Well, yeah. She admitted it straightforwardly. Can I make another suggestion? What is it? Should we restart the neighbor agreement? I wonder. She pretended to ponder, but her face was smiling. If we don't tie the knot now, won't it turn into a big problem? Like what? A neighbor with the self-control of a wild beast might start cooking meals for you, taking care of your daily needs, and possibly aiming for a naughty relationship. That's basically a crime, and in a way, it's the same as usual. What if a woman more attractive than Tenju Ryu appeared, and she started coming and going? Are you okay with that? That would be annoying. Infidelity is punishable by the severest penalty. She seemed upset. I'm joking. So, what will you do? We looked at each other. The answer was obvious without asking. The secret relationship between Nishiki Unagi and Tenju Ryu will continue from now on. End of Volume 2.